You're now live.
All right.
Your mic is on. You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning. Since last class, you guys, your homework was to read chapter 1 in the yellow book and take the test on page 181 in the white book and grade it. I'm going to call your names and ask for how you did. So either tell me how many you missed, or if you use the answer key at the very bottom is your grading scale. It tells you that each one is worth 1 point or 5 points. So this is on page 201. This is how you graded it. Good morning. This is how you graded it. So either tell me how many you missed, or if you did the conversion, tell me what the grade was. Either way is fine. If you did not get to it, just say pass, and I'll come back around to you next class. Akayla. Thank you. Felicity. Thank you. Jamie. Thank you. Peyton. Thank you. Gloria. Thank you. Kenley. Thank you. Zarina. Melissa. Thank you. Tasha will come back. I'll get yours next one. Nancy.
Pass.
Okay. Jasmine.
85.
Thank you. Jose. I know you just got in. I'm sorry. Alani. And Amelia.
90.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody have any questions on what you missed? Yes.
I missed 3 on touching the resident without their permission. I put harassment and it was battery. I can't.
Yeah. So you're not going to have a question like this on the state exam.
Okay.
There won't be anything that asks you to define something. All right. The state exam is going to be more scenario-based questions. And this isn't really important as a CNA to be able to distinguish between neglect, abuse, harassment, those types of things. In nursing, though, it is. So those of you that are going on for nursing, this is going to be important. But textbook, now, unfortunately, our legal system kind of gets this a little confused. Okay. But textbook, the way that you tell them apart, neglect is not doing something. They both start with N. So neglect is not doing something. Abuse is active. So both A's. So abuse is active, doing something to hurt someone. Neglect is not doing something that hurts someone. All right. Harassment is a repeated action that is designed to drive you insane. Anybody have a sibling? Anybody have a sibling? Okay. When you were probably about 5 or 6 years old, your sibling probably did something like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching it. And it drove you nuts and you'd yell for mom, right? That's harassment. It's a repeated action just designed to get under your skin. That's the whole reason it's being done. Okay. So that's kind of what the difference, and that's a really oversimplified version of all that. Okay. But that's kind of the difference between them. As a CNA, we should be doing none of those things.
Yeah.
We're not going to actively do something to hurt the patient. We're not going to not do something that we should be doing that ends up hurting the patient. And we're not going to do any repeated actions designed to get under their skin. Okay. So avoid all of those and we'll be good. Like I said, on the state exam, it's not going to ask you which of the following is a sign of neglect or a sign of abuse, that type of thing. But it is important that you kind of have a general idea that these are things that we don't do. Go ahead.
So battery would be like the active action.
Right.
Okay.
Battery is abuse.
Okay.
Not answering a call light, there's that not, would be neglect. And saying, here's your call light, here's your call light, here's your call light, right? That would be harassment. Like I said, that's a really oversimplified version of it, but it'll kind of get the basics down for you.
I was thinking, how do you intend for us to use these books? Like, I read the chapter one. I felt a little overwhelmed. Like, I was just reading. It was a lot of stuff that I forgot by the end of.
Yeah, so this is something I did not have time to go over with you at the end of the class because apparently I used too many words. And we're probably going to do that again today, by the way. I haven't got the timing down quite right yet. But it's best to study in small bites, 10 to 15 minutes. So what happens when you just sit down and you try to read something long form, your brain is still trying to digest something you read 3 pages ago. And you're going through the words, but it's just not getting in. So the best way to study is 10 to 15 minutes, 5 minutes if you've got an attention problem, right? And then go do something mindless. Go walk the dog, go do the dishes, go outside and play with the kids. Do something that doesn't require a lot of mental power. And your brain will actually catalog and digest that information while you're doing that activity, but it requires activity. If you just sit down on the couch and start channel surfing, you're not going to catalog it. It requires activity. So brainless activity. So clean your windows or clean mine. Either way will work. Come clean my windows. But that physical action without a lot of brain involvement frees your brain up. It gives it the blood flow it needs to think about and digest what you just read. And then go back and read another couple pages. And if you do that, you'll find that your retention is much better. Okay. Now, I will tell you that this is a very boring textbook. It is a textbook. Textbooks are not, they're not created for pleasure, right? They're there to give you specific information. It's boring. It's not as bad, believe it or not, as a lot of other CNA textbooks. It's short. It's to the point. The words aren't too big. You know, it's easy to get through, written at about a 6th grade level. So it's not as bad as some other textbooks that are out there, and that's why we use it, but I'm still not a huge fan. Okay, so short bursts will help you with retention. That's those of you who are going on for nursing, that is the best advice I can give you. Nursing is the only industry, the only degree where you have to go to school for 3 years to get a 2-year degree. It's the only one. You have to have a year of prereqs before you can even get into the nursing program, and the nursing program is 2 years long. So you're going to get buried in information because you're going to school for 3 years to get a 2-year degree, but you're getting 4 years of education in that 3 years. They are literally burying you in information. If you can dig your way out, congratulations, you're a nurse. So this strategy that I'm giving you will be very, very helpful for those of you who go on for nursing. By the way, there will be no sleep in that 3 years, just so that you know. But it's definitely worthwhile. I highly recommend it. I have been a nurse for a long time. It was a sacrifice for sure. But I wouldn't trade it for the world because a nursing degree opens up so many doors. If you would have told me 30 years ago that I would be teaching with a nursing degree, I would have told you you're nuts. I'm a nurse to be a nurse at the bedside taking care of patients, right? That was my calling. That was my whole reason for, my career. But I actually found that, through those experiences, I would train people. I would be preceptors. I would take new nurses under my wing and train them. I would teach CNAs how to do things. And I realized that I really, really enjoyed that aspect of my job and ended up turning it into a full-time thing. So you never know where a nursing degree will lead you. It's not the only thing in medicine, though. There's a lot of other opportunities out there, too. All right. So any other questions on the homework? No? Let's see how much you lost in the last day. How do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan. And it's not just the care plan, it's the whole care plan and nothing but the care plan. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, it means we can't add to it. We can't take away from it. It is what it is, period. We don't get to play with the words there. You can't think to yourself, but if. Okay. It is what it is. You're not allowed to think. That is correct. Correct. And I know that sounds horrible, doesn't it? And I don't mean to minimize your role. Your role is vital. It's very, very important. But it's also important that we know our role. Okay. I was one of those LPNs, because I was an LPN before I became an RN. And I was one of those LPNs who would say there is no difference between what an RN does and what I do. Right? We both do the same job and they get paid more than I do. What I did not know, because you don't know what you don't know, right? But what I didn't know is that the majority of RN work is not what you see me do. It's what I'm doing up here. RNs are taught how to gather information, interpret that information, make a plan, and evaluate it. And you can't see me do that because it's all happening up here. We tend to judge professions by what we see them do. But that's only half of the battle. And we have to remember that. As a CNA, we don't have enough education, experience, training to make those judgment calls. And that's why we're going to leave the thinking up to the people that stayed up for 3 years and didn't sleep. Good? All right. While we're following that care plan, what should we also be doing? Observing, making observations. And what do we do with those observations? Report them to the nurse. So remember, following that care plan is only 1/3 of your job. Only 1/3, right? What we see you do is only 1/3 of that job. Another third is making observations while you're doing those tasks, and that's something we can't see. Reporting those observations to the nurse doesn't take a long time, so it's often missed. Good? Make sense? All right. So now that we know what to do with each patient, let's figure out, I keep forgetting to do this. Let's figure out how we're going to start our skills. So our care plan told us what skill to do. Now we have to do the skill. So every skill starts with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. That's right. That's the first step. Remember, that is a safe place for our patient. We need to keep it safe. Once we've knocked, we can enter the room for the test. You don't have to wait for a come in. But once you enter, who do we want to greet? Yeah, absolutely. We want to greet the patient and we want to be nice about it. Good morning, good afternoon, hello. We want to be nice. Remember, we're always giving nice to our patient because they're probably a little dry. Okay. Once we've greeted the patient, what do we need to know about them?
How they're doing.
How they're doing. That's a nice thing to know, but their name is what we need to know because we got to make sure we've got the right person for the task. Now, I'm going to tell you that I have messed this up in the past as a nurse. I was an agency nurse, and an agency nurse is a substitute nurse. Remember in school when your teacher couldn't show up, they had a sub come in, right? That would just kind of hold the fort down. Well, an agency nurse is kind of like that. It's a substitute nurse. We don't work for the facility. We're a complete outside company. They just send us in as a temporary 1 day, 1 shift cover. But I'm walking in there. I don't know any of these patients. Don't know a person in the facility. I don't know any staff. I don't know anything. I don't even know where the washcloths are. It is a hard, hard thing to be an agency nurse. But I go in and I have to pass medications to people that I don't know. So I asked a CNA, hey, do you know where Matilda is? And she said, yeah, she's down there at the end of the hallway in the pink sweater. And I look at the end of the hallway and there's 4 people in wheelchairs, all in pink sweaters. That doesn't help. So I walked up to the first one and I said, are you Matilda? And she nodded. Do you know that dementia patients will nod to pretty much anything you say? And I almost gave the wrong person medication because of this, because I failed to identify them properly. Now, the care plan actually told me how to identify this person. If I had read the care plan, I would have known how to identify this person. And in a lot of times with dementia patients, they will put the ID bands on the ankle because on the wrist, they fiddle with them. So if I had read the care plan, I would have known what to do. So we have to identify our patients. Now remember, your policy and procedure manual and your care plan will give you valuable information about how to do tasks. It's up to us to follow them. Okay. So we're going to identify our patient. And for the test, this can be as simple as, good morning, Mrs. Jones. You can ask them, what is your name? That's personally, I would be absolutely sure that I was calling the right patient because by calling the patient Matilda, she nodded, but she wasn't Matilda. So keep that in mind for future. Now, what do they need to know about you?
Our name.
Your name, not just your name,
But we are.
your title. That's right. Because if I just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. Okay. What does that mean to me? Means nothing. Means your mom named you something. That's all it means. So you have to tell them not just your name, but your title. And that helps set up that expectation of why you're there. Once you've done that, what do they need to know now?
What we're gonna do.
Yeah, what we're going to do. I am here to fill in the blank. I'm here to do foot care. I'm here to give you a mini manicure. I'm here to get you cleaned up. I'm here to dress a resident with a weak arm. You read it right off the care plan if you need to. I tend to put it in terms my patients will understand. Keep it professional, guys. You don't want to say I'm here to clean your hoo-ha. Keep it professional. Okay. Once they know what we're there to do, what do we need to get from them? Yep, permission, consent. Do patients have the right to say no? When can they say no? Anytime. So if we are in the middle of a task and they say no, do we keep going? No. No means no. No means hands off. And go tell the nurse. That's right. Make sure your patient is safe, covered. Don't just leave them there laying on the bed naked. Okay. Should I ever see knobby knees? No. Okay. All right. So once we get permission, then we can provide some privacy by closing that curtain. Is that curtain clean?
No.
So what do we want to do after we touch the curtain? Wash our hands. And then after we wash our hands, we can go get supplies. Now, our cardinal rule here, the one we cannot break no matter what, is that we never touch the patient until our hands are clean. But let me explain to you why, because we didn't get to this on Monday. We did talk on Monday about hospitals being the place where the sickest people are, right? You have to audition to get into a hospital. You got to prove that you're sick enough to get one of those beds. You can't just call up and reserve one. So we know the sickest people in our community are all under one roof, and all of them brought their germs. All of them have a particular brand of cooties. that's different from everybody else's cooties. But the real problem is that their body is fighting off whatever brought them to the facility. Their immune system is busy, very busy. Now, we're putting them in a setting with a lot of other cooties that would just die to get in. And their immune system is already busy. So if we bring them a second type of cootie, their immune system may not be able to fight it off. This is what we call a healthcare acquired infection. And it's disturbingly common. Let me give you an example or an analogy that you guys can kind of get your heads around. How many of you guys ride a roller coaster? Anybody ever ridden a roller coaster? They're fun, aren't they? Theme parks are great. We got a whole bunch of them in Florida. It's a great, great time. Now, imagine for a moment that you've waited in line for about 2 hours to ride the newest, latest, greatest coaster. And you finally get up to the front and the guy goes, have a great time, but just to let you know, one person on this ride is going to fall out, okay? All right, 25 people get on, one person probably not getting off. So have fun. How many of you guys still getting on that coaster? Those are not really good odds, are they? 1 out of 25. This is the same odds as someone in a hospital. Every person that goes into the hospital, 1 out of 25 is going to get an infection they did not come in with. Now, these people are not roaming room to room. They're not. Who is? The staff. So the only way that these patients can get a healthcare acquired infection is through. That's right. So we really have to understand this whole infection control thing. And we've got to make sure that we don't make the patients sicker than they already are. That is why our cardinal rule is that we do not touch a patient until our hands are clean.
Excuse me, Patty, did you say you close the curtain and then you wash your hands, right?
Correct.
You wash them before and then close the curtain and then wash them again.
No,
Okay.
you close the curtain and then wash your hands. Good? Everybody understand why?
After you wash your hands, that's when you apply the gloves and then touch the patient.
We are going to talk about gloves in detail today, and that's why you needed coffee. Because it is about an hour and a half conversation we're going to have about gloves. Okay? So hold that thought. All right, so that was the beginning of every skill. Our open, let me go back to our opening real quick. Our opening, good morning, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am here to, insert name of skill here. Is that okay? Sorry, let me back up. Good morning, Miss Jones. How are you? My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I am here to, is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get my supplies. That's your opening. Remember, they have to know not just who you are, but what you are. And I forgot that on the first one. So that's our opening. We're going to do that at the beginning of every single skill we do. From now until the end of your healthcare career. This is not just for the test. This is for real life. Mira says, hi, Miss Patty. I'm here to say thank you for all you do. I passed my both skills and clinicals yesterday. I'm so grateful to you for sharing your knowledge with us. Congratulations, Mira. Amazing job. I'm so proud. Ease. Hi, Miss Patty. I have skills exam on the 31st and I'm scared. Oh, I know it's scary. I get it, but you're going to do fine. Just remember to follow the care plan, follow the principles that tell you how to do each skill. And remember, it's always about the patient. If you can do those 3 things, you will pass the state exam. Good luck. All right. So now we're going to end each skill the same way. So the closing is a whole lot longer. There's a lot more to consider. You're going to get a lot more check marks for the closing. There's 8 C's to the closing. I know it's a lot, right? But they can really be kind of distilled down to making sure your patient is in a clean and safe environment. So clean means look around. Always leave your patient looking better than you found them. If there are dirty briefs on the floor, should there be dirty briefs on the floor? Don't call housekeeping. Housekeeping is not there to do your job. It is the CNA's responsibility to keep the environment clean. Housekeeping is there to help with the big stuff, cleaning the bathrooms and the floors, emptying the trash once a shift. If it's filled up, before housekeeping gets there, that's us. Okay? They're there for the heavy lifting. We're there for the daily cleaning. Make sense? Clean environment, that's all us. So just leave your patient looking better than you found them. Take a look around. You want the bed height in the lowest position. So this is the safe part of clean and safe. Let me explain why this is important. I love this. We now have beds that you can buy. They're relatively common where the head of the bed goes up and the foot of the bed goes up, right? You can get yourself into a TV watching position in bed. It's awesome, right? Every mattress store has those. So that isn't new to us. That's not specific to a hospital bed. At the end of the scale, whatever they want is fine. Just like you at home. You want to put the head of the bed up? That's fine. You want to put it down to sleep? That's fine. We don't care. Nobody cares. Do whatever the patient wants. But what we don't have at home is a bed that goes up. The entire bed go up. Now, the reason for that is a bed going up is for somebody else's convenience, not yours, not the patient's. If I'm going to make a bed, I'm pretty short. I don't have to bend too much. I don't need to really raise the bed up because I'm not going to have to bend a whole lot, right? But some of you guys, or most of you guys, or all of you guys are taller than me. So you might want to raise the bed up to make it comfortable for you.
That also helps when you transferring the patient from the bed to a wheelchair.
No. Transferring a patient from bed to wheelchair, the bed has to be in the lowest position.
Oh, I had it backwards.
Yep, the lowest position. And let me explain why. Okay. So I want you to think about you climbing into bed last night. Okay. So think about last night when, I know some of you worked overnight, but when you went to bed. When you go to bed, you swing your legs into bed, you lay down and you go to sleep. And you're kind of dead to the world for hours. You wake up, you are groggy. You're not in tip-top shape. You're not really paying attention to your surroundings yet. You're not fully awake. But you swing your legs out of bed and put your feet flat on the floor because that floor is right where you left it. That floor has never moved a day in your life. Not a single day in your life have you ever swung your legs out and the floor wasn't right where you left it. Now, if I raise this bed up to a comfortable working height for me and I don't lower it, that patient is going to swing their legs out like they do every single day, but that floor is not going to be right where they left it. So what's going to happen? They're going to fall because they're putting their weight down on a surface that does not exist. Do you guys understand that? So raising a bed up to a comfortable working position is for you, and you can do it for any skill. Knock yourself out. But if you fail to lower the bed at the end of the skill, that is going to have an effect on the patient and you will fail. That one step will fail you. Not because you forgot to do something, but because of the effect of that on the patient. Good? Make sense? All right. Fazendo says, hi, I'm watching all your videos, but I have a question. Why CNA don't use gloves when changing bed sheets? Like, I don't want touching the sheets with my bare hands.
I was thinking the same thing. I watched the video.
Okay. We're going to, we got coming right up. Yep. Great question, Fazendo. You're right on track. We're going to get to that in about 10 minutes. Maybe not even. Stay tuned. All right. So clean and safe environment. Clean means we've looked around. Safe means bed's in the low position. That's our first C, clean and safe. Then once we've got that taken care of, we're going to ask if they're comfortable, and they need to hear this word for the exam. They need to hear comfortable. Now, comfortable might be, do you want the head of the bed up? You can ask that. That's fine. You want your sheet? Are you cold? Would you like a glass of water? Would you like a magazine? I don't care what you do, but make them comfortable, right? But comfortable is more than just physical comfort. We also have to think about emotional comfort as well, distraction, entertainment. So for the test, we're just going to offer them a magazine. Just one thing. Simplify it. Make it easy. This isn't going to work in a clinical setting because we don't pass around magazines person to person. Remember that cooties thing we were talking about? Right? But we're going to use it for the test. Would you like a magazine before I go? Okay, good. So we're going to address preferences. That's part of comfort. We also want to make sure the patient is covered. I should never see knobby knees. If they're covered in clothes, great. They don't need a sheet. If they have just a gown on, I need a sheet. I should never see their knobby knees. Okay, good, good.
I have a question about that adjective now. What exactly is that?
It's just, it's a funny way of saying I don't want to see their knees. Not knobby is just like, you know, bony.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen an old man?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are knobby knees. Right. I just don't want to see their knees. All right. There's a really old nursery rhyme. I can't remember the words now, but paddywhack, knick knack, paddywhack, give the dog a bone. This old man comes rolling. Yeah. So that nursery rhyme is kind of how I got knobby knees. Okay. I know I told you I like to write. All right. So we're going to make sure they're covered. We're going to open the privacy curtain. So once we've got the patient all squared away, we're going to make sure that the curtain is open. Now, your patient might ask to leave the curtain closed, and that's okay. That's all right. But that's an observation. That's different than what I'm telling you to do, right? So normal is open the curtain. So if they ask for the curtain to stay closed, that's okay, but that's an observation. And what do we have to do with an observation? Report it. Should you ever have knowledge, no matter how insignificant, that the nurse does not have? Because if the patient is consistently asking for that curtain to stay closed, it's isolation. They're removing themselves. They're disconnecting. That's going to affect healing. It could lead to depression. They might just not like their roommate. That's fine. But, you know, that's a problem too. About a month ago, we had a situation where a 90-something-year-old woman beat her roommate to death with a wheelchair leg rest.
Oh my gosh.
Beat her to death. So if we have a patient in a room that's consistently asking for the curtain to stay closed, that might mean that they're not getting along with their roommate. Is that something the nurse should know?
Yes.
As insignificant as this seems, it could point to a bigger problem. Do you guys see what I mean about observation and reporting? Okay, it's way bigger than you think it is. Way bigger. Because if somebody had just reported that, hey, there seems to be a little issue between these two people, intervention may have come earlier and we might have saved somebody's life. Make sense? That's awful. Oh, my heart just bled for that situation. Horrible. She is being charged, by the way. Yep. I don't know how far they'll get with it. You know, she's got dementia, so did she really know?
I was gonna ask.
It would have been like a memory care unit.
It was memory care, yes. However, and I can't really speculate because I don't have all the facts, right? There's so much to that story we don't have, we don't know. But she did manage to exit the locked unit, hide the weapon, come back in, and clean the scene. So that kind of makes you go, was she aware? So again, I can't speculate on her mindset, her capacity, her cognition. I have no idea. I'm not involved in the situation. But those facts make me a little hesitant to say that, you know, she wasn't in complete control.
So could the facility be charged with neglect?
Absolutely.
Because like if she's like a risk, like a flight risk, and she was able to get in and out,
Correct.
like no alarms on the doors, like that's
Correct.
there's like a lot more than just her even there.
That's right. There are a lot of variables there, and I'm sure this is going to have wide-reaching implications. Yep. Yeah. As it should. As it should. All right, so we're going to open the curtain. We're also going to give the patient the call light. Now, some of you are freaking out because we opened that curtain. The curtain has cooties, and now we're handing them a call light, right? So we have cooties on our hands. We're giving them a call light. Isn't that giving the patient cooties? Do you know how many cooties are on that call light? Everything in the patient's environment is coated with their own cooties, and that's okay because it's their cooties. We're all very familiar with our own cooties. Okay, we're on first name basis. It's okay. What we don't want is this patient to have access to anybody else's cooties. Okay? So it doesn't matter what order you do these steps that we have up on the screen so far. The order doesn't matter. You can open the curtain before you say, are you comfortable? You can make sure they're covered and then give them the call light. However you do these steps is completely up to you. There is no specified. Remember the opening had a specific order we had to follow? This doesn't. Just make sure you get everything done. But once you've got all of those steps done, now the order kicks in. Okay? So we've made sure that they're clean and safe. We've made sure they're covered. We made sure they're comfortable and addressed their preferences. We opened the curtain. We gave them their call light. We're good. Okay? Once we've done all that, we're going to go clean our hands. We want to get rid of all of those patients' cooties because we don't want to take those anywhere else. Now, if we have to document, we don't want to touch this pen with cootie-covered hands. We're going to wash our hands and then document. Okay? But if we document, we're going to wash our hands again because our standard here is that we end skill with clean hands. So clean hands, last thing we do. If you aren't at the sink when you're thinking about saying my skill is done, you took a wrong turn. Okay. Good. Make sense? All right. Don't recontaminate. So our cardinal rule here is to end skill with clean hands. Now, notice our two cardinal rules that we've learned so far have to do with clean hands. We don't touch our patient until we have clean hands, and we end the skill with clean hands. So that means that infection control is going to play a very big role in the test. Not just the test, but when we're working with patients. So that's what we're going to cover now is infection control. Everybody on board?
What about just using that alcohol?
We're going to talk about hand
Okay.
sanitizer in a minute. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on what we've covered so far? We follow the care plan. We do our opening before every skill. We do our closing at the end of every skill. Now, during the test, during the first skill, you are going to physically wash your hands. You're going to go to the sink. You're going to turn the water on. You're going to get your hands wet. You're going to get enough soap to create a lather. You're going to rub your hands together for at least 20 seconds, covering all surfaces. You're going to go down each one of your nails to clean the cuticles. You're going to circle your nails on the palm of your hand to clean underneath. You're going to rinse. You're going to tap to keep the water confined. You're going to get some paper towels to dry. You're going to throw those away. Get a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. We're physically going to do all of those steps during your first skill. After the opening, before we touch our patient, and at the end of the skill, after we've done our closing, we're going to physically go to the sink and do those actions. But after that first skill, those evaluators are going to tell you you can simulate hand washing from this point. Simulate simply means say, I would wash my hands now. You don't have to go to the sink. You're not going to pantomime all of those actions. You would simply say, I would wash my hands here. Good? Makes sense? This is a way of cutting down time for the test.
Is it a specific way you have to lather your hands? Like, do you have to start at wrist, back of hands, front of hands?
No, you just have to cover all surfaces. Yep. Yeah. I just use this same routine.
Yeah.
I don't even think about it. A cute story about this. I don't think about hand washing. I just do it the same way all the time, right? So about a couple of years ago, I was at the big box store. And I had gone to the bathroom, and I was in the bathroom, and there was quite a few people in there, which was a little strange, but I'm standing at the sink, washing my hands, and I hear somebody behind me laughing. And I just kind of ignore it. Somebody's probably on their phone or whatever. And I really didn't pay any attention. And then I hear the voice go, you really do that everywhere, don't you? And I turn around, and it was a student that I'd had like 7 or 8 years earlier who recognized me and was like, oh, you really do wash your hands like that all the time. Yeah, all the time, because it's effective. I don't want to walk out with, those. No, thank you. Right. I want to leave those pathogens behind.
Now, when we go to do testing, is it better for us not to wear rings?
It is better to not have jewelry on.
Okay.
Yeah, it is better. You cannot wear smartwatches. You are not allowed to have any tech in the testing room. So you cannot wear a smartwatch. Bracelets and rings really should be absent. But if you're going to wear them, make sure you wash over, under, around. They're going to be looking, because those now harbor pathogens. They do. This situation, I'll give you an example of this. This situation, this is why I go long, guys, because I always have stories. When I was a brand new nurse, brand new, thought I knew it all. I knew nothing. I was married, and I had an engagement ring that, stuck up a little bit. They're engagement rings. They're supposed to. And I had to clean up a very morbidly obese, bedbound female patient. And I had turned her up on her side, and I was putting a chucks underneath her, and you really kind of have to tuck it under her. And when I did, she rolled back onto my hands, and she was probably 500-600 pounds. So my arms are now stuck underneath this patient, and she is unable to roll off of my hands. So I pulled them out. It's what anybody would do. But when I pulled them out, my ring gouged her all the way across, broke my glove, obviously. And I had her flesh in my ring.
Mm.
So part of her, stayed with me forever. That's not really what I want. Certainly not what she wanted. So this situation prompted me to go buy a necklace. And then from that point, every time I went to work, my ring went on my necklace. I did not wear a ring to work. because all I could think of is next time I make meatloaf, this woman's going in my meatloaf, and that's just gross. Right? So you'll notice that I don't really wear much jewelry. The only thing I wear is my this is a smart ring that tracks, my health. That's the only thing I wear. If I were working with patients, I would not even wear this. You have to remember that everything you wear is going home with you at the end of the day. How much of your patients do you really want in your home? And that's really what it comes down to. Okay. Does that answer your question? Okay. Oh, gee, today is Global Hand Washing Day. Oh, cool. Thank you. Nice bit of trivia. Just let everyone know Bath & Body Works has a sale going on today only. Well, thank you for the update. And if Bath & Body Works wants to sponsor today's episode, please get in touch with me. All right. Any questions on this so far? So we're going to move into now infection control principles. So this is one lecture I do not want you to fall asleep on. So if you need to get up and move around while I'm talking, get up and move around. Stay awake. This is important because this might mean the difference between life and death with your patients more than anything else that we do. Fair? All right. Why? All right. Okay. So I told you on Monday that we are going to learn all of these principles. And they're all on the back wall, very colorful for you. It's a good visual reminder of everything that we're learning in class. It's also in the letters of your t-shirt. Remember, all of these principles are in those letters. So out of the 11, you already know 3. And we are going to learn 3 more today. But they shouldn't be too hard for you. It's not just about memorizing the words, it's about learning the principles behind the words. And that's what we're going to focus on. So today, what we're going to start with is glove rules. Learning when wearing gloves is appropriate, how to wear them, who they're protecting, and why we're using them. But before we get to that, I want to talk about hand sanitizer. So this is Germy. This is my little hand sanitizer guy. This is Germy. You guys all have hand sanitizer on your tables. And usually when we use hand sanitizer, we get just a little squirt like this. We rub it together and we're done. That's how we use hand sanitizer. Nothing wrong with what I just did, right? Except that it did not kill the pathogens on your hands. Because when you go to the sink, let's think about hand washing for a second. When we go to a sink and we wash our hands, we're using soap, and that allows us to get to all the areas with friction. But those pathogens are getting washed down the drain. They're actually probably not dying. They're just getting washed away. We're removing them. Okay. Hand sanitizer works a little different. Hand sanitizer actually breaks down the protein coating. So it actually kills them. Where hand washing just removes them, hand sanitizer tries to kill them, but you have to use it properly. We have to use the right amount, and we have to use it for the right amount of time. And this is where most of us go wrong. In order for hand sanitizer to be effective, you have to use enough to keep your hands wet for at least 20 seconds. Where did we hear that before? Hand washing. So that means that little bit of hand sanitizer that we got, rubbed our hands together, did not do what you think it did. So you still have pathogens left on the surface of your hand. Now, why is that a problem? Well, we have immune systems as humans, and those immune systems actually allow us to develop immunity, which means that if we see pathogens and we have the chance to figure out how to kill those pathogens through trial and error, we're going to keep an index card in a filing cabinet that tells us, hey, if you ever see this bad guy again, this is how you kill it. So the next time that bad guy invades, we can go to our filing cabinet, pull out that index card and go, oh, this is how we kill this bad guy. We don't have to go through all that trial and error again. This is why you usually only get something once. If your body overcomes it, you develop immunity. Good? Good? Make sense? All right. We're not the only ones that get immunity. So do some pathogens. So if we use hand sanitizer and we don't kill all of those pathogens, whatever's left now knows how to evade. And they're going to keep that in their little filing cabinet. So the next time you use hand sanitizer, you're not going to kill that pathogen. It's going to evade. This is how we ended up with MRSA, methicillin staph infections, methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. What this means is it's just a particular staph bacteria. You got staph all over your skin right now. We carry them around with us. It's perfectly normal. It's called normal flora. You have that. Everybody has that. Well, that staph is fine as long as it doesn't overpopulate. Now, when it overpopulates, it becomes a problem. So that's when we end up with infections. So we have antibiotics that we throw at it, and the antibiotics kill it, and life goes on. Everybody's happy except for the staph that are dead, and they don't know that they're not happy because they're dead, right? But if we don't kill all of those bacteria, either with hand sanitizers or with antibiotics or whatever the case may be, and we leave some alive, they're going to go back and tell headquarters how to evade everything we have to throw at it. And then we end up with pathogens that know how to get around our defenses. Do you think this is a good scenario? So if we're going to use hand sanitizer, we got to make sure we're using it correctly. So that means that we're going to get enough hand sanitizer to keep our hands wet for at least 20 seconds. And we don't just want to rub the palms of our hands, which is usually what we do. We want to rub the backs of our hands. We want to rub in between our thumb and index finger. We want to rub the bottom of our hands by our pinkies, around our wrists, all of those areas for at least 20 seconds to be effective. But there's another problem with this. Now, hand sanitizer is great because it actually kills the pathogens, where hand washing washes them away. This stuff actually kills them. That's a good thing. But there's always a trade-off, isn't there? When we go to the sink and we wash our hands, those pathogens go down the drain. They're gone, away, not on me, which is important. When I use hand sanitizer and I kill those pathogens, that's great. They're dead, but where are they? Still on me. So when I go to eat my fries that I got from a drive-through and I've used hand sanitizer, I am eating those fries with a side of E. coli. Dead E. coli, but still E. coli. I don't know about you, but that just doesn't really go well with my fries, dead or not. So if you're going to be bringing your hands up near your face, eating, drinking, smoking, talking on the phone, rubbing your eyes, resting your hand on your face, if you're going to bring your hand up here, you probably need to have pathogen-free hands. Good. Good. All right.
On the exam, what about sculptured nails? What if our nails are long?
The test does not have an opinion on that.
Okay.
They do not penalize you. They don't encourage it. You will go by your facility policy and procedure as to what's allowed at work. But there's some conflicting evidence on that, whether they harbor more bacteria or not. Some studies show that they do. Some studies show that there's no additional bacterial load. So it's right now kind of a gray area. It really depends on the integrity of the study, to be honest with you. All right. So we now know that we can use hand sanitizer. However, I think, yeah, I guess I am okay. Hand sanitizer should not be used in two specific situations. If you're working with somebody who has norovirus, this is what we call the daycare disease or the cruise ship disease. We just had one last month. Over 100 people on a cruise ship were sick with norovirus. This stuff spreads like wildfire. It is spore-based. Hand sanitizer does not kill it. Does not kill it. Doesn't even spit at it. I mean, there is no effect. So when you go on a cruise ship and you go through the buffet line, you're touching all of those serving utensils that everybody else has touched. And if they have norovirus, those spores are now on those serving utensils. You serve yourself. You go to the table, you sit down and you eat, and you are now eating norovirus, which is going to have everything come out of both ends for about 3 days. It's horrible. Spreads through daycares and close quarters, like cruise ships, very rapidly, very rapidly. The problem with norovirus is you are shedding spores before you get sick. So you're sharing with the world before you even know you've got it. And this is why it can spread so rapidly. It's awful stuff. Now, if you think norovirus is bad, let me introduce you to its bigger, badder cousin, C. diff. C. diff causes stuff to come out of every end for about 6 weeks. And it will deplete somebody's resources to the point that it can kill them, especially if they're fighting off something else. C. diff is not killed by hand sanitizer. So if you're working with somebody with norovirus or hand sanitizer, you must wash your hands well, very well, because we don't want to spread this to anybody else. And we certainly don't want to take it home with us at the end of the day. So hand washing becomes very, very important in those situations, not just when, but how you're washing your hands to help prevent the spread of this. So if your care plan says do not use hand sanitizer, don't assume that the nurse is trying to just make your life harder. The nurse understands that this patient has something that isn't killed by hand sanitizer. So therefore, we shouldn't be using it with this patient. Good? Good. Kia says, CNA for a year now. Thanks for helping me pass. Well, congratulations, Kia. And Hen says, good morning, Miss Patricia. Your book and videos helped me a lot. I passed my CNA exam. Congratulations. Great job, Hen. Hind? Hind or Hind? I'm not sure. Hind. All right. Any questions on hand sanitizer? Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Very thoroughly.
All right. So we're going to get back to infection control in just a moment. But before that, I want to show you how these principles are going to work together. Okay. So we are going to learn in a little while pulse. This will be the first skill that we learn. Do you guys remember I told you that pulse is the most failed skill on the exam? You guys remember that? So that's the one we're going to start with because I want to make sure that you are fail-proof. So if you look on page 52, you can see our overview of this skill. Down the side, let me get up here. Down the side here, you'll see the principles that are involved in this skill. They're all going to be spelled out for us here. So if you forgot what the skill rules are, here they are. And if you forgot, skill rules mean that we're going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. We're going to make some observations and tell those to the nurse. That is our skill rules. We also have to do our opening because we do our opening before every skill. Every skill starts with an opening, and every opening starts with a knock. And then it's, hi, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to take your pulse. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. So that's our opening. It's spelled out for us here. Now, we're going to have to figure out if we need gloves for this skill on this patient. So we're going to come back to that in a minute. We're going to learn how to take a pulse. We're going to come back to that in a minute. And we're going to end the skill the way we end every single skill with our closing. And it's all spelled out for us here. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Here's your call light. I'm going to open the curtain. Your environment is clean. You're covered. Bed's in the low position. I'm going to go wash my hands, document, and what do I need to do? Wash my hands again. So that's our closing. And again, all the steps are listed right there. So this is our short form, tells us what principles we're going to use. But if you can't remember them, they're all right here for us. This is our 4-step peanut butter and jelly. Okay, just the essentials. I have a video for this. And down here, this is test specific information. So this is just for the test down here. We're going to be doing this skill on a live person. That means one of you guys will be a patient for this. This should take somebody with your level of experience 5 minutes or less. That person's going to be laying in bed, just like this mannequin. Charting is required. Normal is between 60 and 100 for a pulse. Gives us our normal values. And it tells us we can be off by 4 beats in either direction on the test and still be accurate. So this gives us an overview. Good? Questions? But it doesn't tell us how to do the skill. It's just an overview. So the next page, page 53, is going to tell us how to do this skill. Now, if you're looking at page 53, we have, oops, let me go back here. We have the care plan at the top of the page. We have step-by-step instructions, and this is only 19 steps. Our peanut butter and jelly was 42. This is way, way easier than a peanut butter and jelly. I mean, just incredibly easier than a peanut butter and jelly. Okay? We've got some review questions here for you to test your own knowledge, and then you've got your supplies there. We're going to come back to this page in a little bit. But let's read our care plan. Our care plan says patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record your readings. So this care plan is incredibly detailed. It tells us exactly what to do. What are we going to do with this care plan? Follow it. This is your recipe. If you want the cake to work, follow the recipe. Okay? Down here, you can see the principles again. Remember, these are the same principles that were, let me go back one, that were right here. Okay? So we can see these principles. Now, we have to learn our skills specific, but before we can get to this, we have to make sure we know all of these, and we don't. We know skill rules, we know the opening, and we know the closing. We've learned those so far. But this one, we haven't learned yet. So let's learn it. Okay? We're going to come back to pulse in a little while. But before we get there, we have to learn about gloves. So go to page 40 and settle in. My job here would be so much easier if I could just tell you, wear gloves for everything. In healthcare, we wear gloves for everything. That's it. Just wear gloves for everything. I could take an hour-and-a-half lecture and condense it down into 30 seconds. Wear gloves for everything, move on. But that's not accurate. And it's not healthy. And it's definitely not effective. And I'm going to show you why in just a minute. In order for me to illustrate this, we're going to talk about a topic that has absolutely nothing to do with healthcare, because I find that this illustrates this a little easier for you to wrap your head around. Okay. So in order to understand gloves, page 41 has your notes for what I'm about to tell you. You don't have to take notes here. Page 41 has them. In order to understand this, we're going to go to a different industry that wears gloves. Food service. How many of you guys have ever had a sandwich, a sub made in front of you? Anybody? Do you want them touching your sandwich with bare hands? What do you want them to wear? Gloves, right? We're all in agreement on that because it's gross, right? Keep that in mind. Let's build a sandwich together. Now, I'm going to build the sandwich, and you guys are going to help me by telling me what you want. So the first thing I'm going to do is put on a pair of gloves because you don't want me touching your sandwich, and that's fair. So let me get my gloves on, and then I'm going to help you build your sandwich. So the first thing I need is bread. What kind of bread do you want? Do you want white, wheat, Italian? White. So I'm going to get into my little bread cart there, move the cover and get a loaf of white bread. I'm going to put it on the counter. And when I put it on the counter, I'm going to pick up that knife and I'm going to cut it in half. The knife that's laying on the counter, I'm going to cut it in half. I'll put the knife back down and I'm going to kind of fold that bread open so we can get our condiments on it. And do you want some mayonnaise on that? Yeah, we always want mayonnaise. So there's always that spreader thing in the mayonnaise. So I'm going to grab that spreader thing because I don't want it on my knife. I'm going to grab that spreader thing and I'm going to spread the mayonnaise on the bread. I'm going to put the spreader thing back in the mayonnaise. And what kind of other sauces do we want? Like honey mustard, chipotle. Nothing? Okay. Do we want any? You want any? Spicy mustard. Ooh, I like it. Okay, so I'm going to grab one of these bottles. We'll tap it on the counter, to get the stuff down and flip it open. And I'm going to spread some spicy mustard on there. And I'm going to put it back in its little space there. And everything is better with bacon, obviously. So I'm going to get some bacon out of a wrapper and put it on the bread. Now, we're ready to actually start building the sandwich. What do we want on here? Do we want ham, turkey, roast beef? Turkey. So I'm going to get in that little refrigerator under the counter. I'm going to open it and get my turkey out, close the refrigerator and put my turkey on the sandwich. What kind of cheese would you like? American, cheddar, provolone. All right. So I'm going to get in that little cheese drawer that has my cheeses, but unfortunately I'm out of provolone. So hold on just a second. I'm going to go into the big cooler, look around for the provolone. I'm going to get that big chunk of provolone, and then I'm going to take it to the slicer, and I'm going to slice the provolone. You're going to get some, brand new sliced cheese, and this is going to be a really good sandwich, right? So do we want that toasted? Absolutely. So let's put it in the toaster, but unfortunately our toaster is being used right now, so we're just going to have to kind of hang out and wait just a few minutes until the toaster is done. And now it's our turn. So I'm going to put it in the toaster and I'm going to turn that little dial to set the time, and we're going to wait for it to be toasted. Once it's toasted, I'm going to grab that paddle and pull it out, and we're going to put it on the counter. Do we want some lettuce? So I'm going to reach my hand into the lettuce and spread the lettuce out on the sandwich. How about some tomato? So I'm going to get some tomato and put that on the sandwich. Pickles. I'm going to get those garlic pickles, right, and squeeze them out and put those on the sandwich. Black olives. Yep. Onions, peppers. I'm going to reach into each one of those and get those and spread those out. How about some oil and vinegar? Okay. So I'm going to get those bottles and spread some oil and vinegar on the sandwich. And salt and pepper, of course. So I'm going to get those salt and pepper shakers and sprinkle those on the sandwich as well. So now we've built this amazing sandwich, and I'm super hungry. And I'm going to grab that knife and shove it into the sandwich so I can fold it over because we got a lot of stuff on there, right? and pull that knife out, and we'll set it down on the side for later. And I'm going to wrap up my sandwich in the wrappers. And then I'm going to go over to the, the display so I can print out what this was and type it in. And there's your sandwich.
Cross-contaminated everything.
But you told me to wear gloves. Not 1 minute ago. You guys all said that you wanted me to wear gloves. What changed? But I touched everything before this conversation, and you still wanted me to wear gloves. What changed? Your awareness changed. I want you to think about that. You did not think about all of these steps before just now. I have now made you aware of these steps. Now that you're aware, you think there's a problem. Keep that in mind. This was a real sandwich, by the way. I took every one of those pictures. I ate that sandwich. Yeah, here's the reason. I am a healthy individual. My immune system needs a little workout. If my immune system sits on the couch every day, it's not going to get a workout. And it's not going to be in tip-top shape when I need it to show up. So having a sandwich made and that little bit of cross-contamination is not that big of a deal if we're working with healthy individuals. But are our patients healthy? So that's going to be our pivot point, okay? But just for fun, let's take a look at everything those gloves touched, and so that we can figure out, did those gloves really do what we thought those gloves were doing? So we touched the outside of the bread cart. We touched the knife. We touched the mayonnaise spreader. We touched the bacon the sauce bottles. We touched the bacon package. We touched the cheese drawer. We actually touched the meat refrigerator too. Don't have that in there. The cheese drawer, the cooler door, the containers in the cooler, the slicing machine, the countertop, the controls on the toaster paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, the knife when we shoved it back in there, and the wrappers. So did those gloves do what you thought those gloves were doing? No. Okay. Now I want you to think about healthcare for a minute. We are ingrained to think that healthcare needs gloves. Just like you are ingrained to think that food service needs gloves. Is it possible that just like with food service, there are parts of this that you are unaware of? Okay, that's what we're going to get into now. So I want to frame this because I'm going to challenge the way you think about gloves. Good? Everybody on the journey with me? Okay. All right. We have to know about the chain of infection to understand the role that gloves are going to play in this. Now, when we're talking about healthcare settings, we have to remember that we have the most fragile medically of people in these places. These are not healthy individuals. They are there because their body is fighting something off, an illness, an injury, age, medical conditions, but their immune system is currently very, very busy at the moment. And that means that we're going to have to look at infection control a little bit differently because our patients are at risk. But in order to understand that, we kind of have to back up a little bit and learn about something called the chain of infection. This is on page 123 of your book. Because infection control is as easy as 1, 2, 3. So on page 123, you see this graphic. It's enlarged on the screen. We have to know the way that pathogens spread, the way infections occur, to figure out where in that process we can intervene, where we can stop this from happening. So the first thing we have to do is learn the process, and then we got to figure out where we can intervene in that process. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the actual process itself. Every infection starts with a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. If I don't have a hepatitis B virus in me, I can't give you a hepatitis B virus. Similarly, if I don't have $1 million in my bank account, I can't give you $1 million. I simply don't have it. So no pathogen, no problem. Yeah, no infection. So that's like we eradicated smallpox. There isn't a single person on the planet right now that can get smallpox because we eradicated it. Man, that's an awesome thing. We were on our way to eradicating things like polio, the measles. But unfortunately, we're kind of moving backwards, and you may see these conditions show up again in your lifetime. Okay, so how would that happen? How would that happen? We're going to learn the chain of infection to figure that out. So first, we have to have a pathogen. Now, once we have a pathogen, just having a pathogen doesn't really help us, because pathogens don't live outside of a body very long. They're kind of like me. I don't do well homeless. I am not going to live very long without my creature comforts, right? I got to have the right temperature. I got to have the right environment. I got to have the right food, right? I got it. A little bougie, right? So are your pathogens. So a place a pathogen lives is called its reservoir. It's where it lives. If it's a living thing, it's called a host. If it's a non-living thing, it's called a reservoir. But this is the home that your pathogen lives in. So a bucket of water, reservoir, a rat, a host. Good so far? Now, once a pathogen gets into this home, it doesn't want to leave. This is like awesome. I got a roof over my head. The fridge is stocked. It's nice and warm. Everything is great. Why would I want to leave? I'm happy here. I'm procreating like there's no tomorrow. Man, I'm making all kinds of little copies of myself, right? This is awesome. No problem. So pathogens that are in a host, they got to be convinced to leave. They don't do it on their own. So they're not going to drill out through the skin. In fact, they don't even have power tools. So they can't get out. They can't drill out. In order for a pathogen to leave its host, it has to leave through a doorway that's already there. Kind of like here. If you guys want to leave, are you going to chip a hole in the wall, or are you just going to use the door? You're going to use the door. Please don't chip holes in my wall. You're going to use the door, right? So pathogens are the same way. They can't get out through solid surfaces. They have to find a door to get out. So that door is what we call a wet body opening. So any part of your body that can be wet can be a door. So your eyes, right? You have tears. Your nose, you can get a runny nose. Your mouth, always wet. Your genital area, your rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. These are all wet body openings. So 5 of them are natural: eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area. 4 of them are unnatural: wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. But there's 9 ways that a pathogen can get out, and your skin is not one of them. Good? Everybody with me? Questions so far? All right, so a pathogen in a home, happy as a clam. In order for it to get out, it usually has to be forced, not usually on its own. So a runny nose, a cough, urine, feces, wound drainage, blood. It has to be pushed out of the body. It doesn't really leak all that effectively because they're happy. Once it does get out of the body, everything kind of stops because it doesn't have wings. Pathogens don't have feet. Pathogens can't get anywhere on their own. Nowhere. Once they get out of the body, there they are. That's it. That's all you get. You're out of the body. Congratulations. It doesn't like to be out of the body, but you're out of the body. The world stops there. It has to have a mode of transmission. It has to grab a sports car. It has to jump on a plane. It has to have some other means of getting somewhere else. Remember, I said they don't live outside of the body very long. Every pathogen has a different amount of time it can live outside of the body, but most of them are pretty short, like no more than a couple hours. Good so far? Okay, so this mode of transmission, a really easy way to remember this is that pathogens have to either float or flow to get somewhere. Float or flow. So flow in body fluids: blood, urine, liquid feces, emesis, wound drainage, right? That's flow. Float would be little tiny droplets on air currents. There are very, very few, like less than this amount. I can count on one hand. Very, very few pathogens that actually truly are airborne, that float in the air. Don't need droplets. Most pathogens, if they're floating, they're hitching a ride on a mucus particle. Like when I'm sitting over here and I'm talking, little bits of mucus are coming out. It happens to everybody, right? Little bits of mucus come out when we laugh, when we talk, when we cough, when we sneeze. But mucus droplets are actually pretty heavy. And they're only going to go out about 6 feet before they fall. So if we have a pathogen that is spread by mucus droplets, yeah, the spread is only about 6 feet. That's it. It can't get over there to you. You are perfectly safe. I can talk and laugh all I want over here. It can't go beyond like there. That's it. That's its hard kind of limit. You guys remember during COVID? How far apart were we told to stand?
6 feet.
So that means that COVID spread on droplets. Do you guys see that? Pretty cool, right? Okay, so airborne, though, we don't need droplets. It is literally in the air. These are virus particles that are so small and so light that they literally can float as far as they want to go. And they can infect anybody that comes into contact with them in the air. Do we think that would make that pretty dangerous? Droplet, I mean, you got to kind of have a hard limit here, right? It's not going to go past here. This is it. But airborne, you're fair game. And so are you way back there. So airborne pathogens, they're dangerous. They're the ninjas, the elite. They do sneak attacks. Measles is airborne. This is why we work so hard to eradicate it and why we're having outbreaks now, because it's very hard to contain something that is in the air. But droplet, we can tell you to stand 6 feet apart from somebody. Chances are you're not going to get it. It's good. Airborne, yeah, you might want to be in another country.
That's why we wore the mask.
Well, masks do something a little bit different. We're going to talk about masks in a few minutes, okay? Eyes are a wet body opening. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But does everybody understand this? So we have a pathogen. Pathogen has a place to live. It's happy. It's got to be forced out. And even once it's forced out of the body, it's got to have a way of moving around, either through body fluids or through droplets or air currents. If there's no way for it to get around, the pathogen dies. But if it does manage to hitch a ride, if it's lucky and it manages to hitch a ride to you, all is not lost yet. Because even if I have a pathogen and I cough and I laugh and I sneeze and it's right here and you come along and you touch it, you're still okay. Because remember that pathogens can't drill through skin. Pathogens would need a doorway in. Now remember, any wet body opening is a doorway. So we have 5 natural ones: eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area. And we have 4 unnatural ones: wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. So as long as that pathogen doesn't get in any one of your doorways, you're okay. But remember, pathogens are locked out. They have to go through a doorway. But if they're able to find a doorway, and unfortunately, we help them with this a lot. Just looking around this room right this minute, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you, 6 of you that have your hands. So half of you have your hands near your face without even realizing it. We put our hands up by our face all day, every day. We're comfortable with it. But remember, your face has most of your wet body openings. We do this to ourselves. So in healthcare, you got to be in control of your hands. You got to know where your hands are at all times, because your hands do things without your permission all the time, all the time. So you got to learn, start paying attention to where your hands are. Okay. But if the pathogen manages to find a doorway in, and usually it's one of these, because the rest of our natural doorways are usually covered. They better be covered. In healthcare, they need to be covered, right? You shouldn't have your genitals out in healthcare, please. So if the pathogens find a way in, all is not lost. You are not infected yet. So we had a pathogen, they lived in a home, they were happy in their home, but they got forced out through a doorway. And then they managed to make their way through body fluids or through air currents or through droplets to another individual. And that other individual allowed those pathogens into their doorways, but were still not infected. Still not infected. Because that individual must be susceptible. We talked about this a little while ago. I told you about immunity. Remember, if we see a pathogen and we learn how to overcome that pathogen, we keep a little index card in a filing cabinet. And if we see a pathogen again, we go through our index cards, we find it, and we say, oh, this is how we kill this pathogen. We are now immune to that pathogen. And our immune system gets right to work, has the right recipe, kills the pathogen before it ever has a chance to make us sick. That's immunity. So if you are immune to that pathogen, you are not infected. So immunity sounds like a good thing, right? That way, if we accidentally get exposed to something in a healthcare setting where we've got lots of somethings to get exposed to, if we're immune, well, that's okay. Because if the pathogen gets in us, our body knows how to fight it, doesn't make us sick. That sounds like a good thing. So immunity comes in two different ways. The first is natural immunity. It means that you've had that invader, your body has gone through the process of figuring out how to kill the invader, and you made your 3x5 index card and put it in the filing cabinet all by yourself. That's natural immunity. You did all the work. But there's a different kind of immunity that we can have, and that is a vaccination. A vaccination, all it is an instruction manual. It's like a wanted poster. Hey, this is your pathogen. This is what it looks like. This is the recipe to kill it. That's what a vaccination is. Now, you can take that wanted poster, put it in your filing cabinet. The next time you get invaded, we can go through our filing cabinet. We pull out the wanted poster. We say, oh, does it look like this one? Is this the guy? Is this? Yeah. Okay, try this. These are the instructions that I got. See if that works. And your immune system goes and tries those instructions. And if they work, you don't get sick. Good. Now, sometimes things get lost in translation, though. And sometimes your body uses those instructions but doesn't get the right result. Pathogen still is able to make us sick. That is when we become infected. Good. So this is how your immune system works. It just reads instructions that it finds in your filing cabinet on how to kill an invading pathogen, and it tries that. If there's no instructions, it's on its own. It's got to try a whole bunch of stuff to figure out how to kill this invader. Now, let me tell you what's happening inside the body during that invasion, though, because this is the part that most people don't really know. Bacteria and viruses work a little different in the body. Bacteria are actually big things. They're kind of like Godzilla. They just go stomping all around, right? They're big, they're clumsy, they're obvious, very obvious. Now, if you have a bacteria infection, we usually give you antibiotics. So those are kind of like the big planes that fly around with the cords, and they try to tie up Godzilla and drag them back to the ocean, right? Very big, very clumsy, very obvious, very right? Viruses, though, they work completely differently. Viruses aren't big Godzilla things. Viruses are little itty bitty, teeny tiny things. They're actually little tiny envelopes. They're way smaller than your cells. Way smaller than your cells. And their whole goal is to invade your cell and hijack it. That's what a virus does. Now, different viruses work on different cells. They have their own particular flavor that they like. Hepatitis viruses need liver cells. So they go to the liver and they invade a cell. Now, when they get into a liver cell, they unzip the DNA, your DNA, the thing that makes you, you. It unzips your DNA. And now there's kind of two halves to the DNA because it unzipped it. And that virus plugs itself in to one half. And then it turns on the copy machine. So your virus has hijacked your cell just to make copies of itself. Now, when it does that, it actually alters your DNA to do it. Now, if that liver cell is so busy making copies of itself for the virus, it can't do its liver job. Now, when this cell gets full of the copies, it explodes. And now we got a whole bunch of other little virus particles that invade all the other cells around it, unzip the DNA, plug themselves in, and turn on the copy machine. Now, those cells can't do their liver jobs. Now, eventually, when this gets going, we end up with a lot of liver cells that are just copy machines and not doing their liver jobs, which means we're not getting the liver to do what it needs to do. The virus actually hijacks your cells and keeps them from doing their jobs. HIV cells, they like immune cells. That's their flavor. So they run around and look for T cells. And when they find one, they jump in, they unzip the DNA, plug themselves in, and now that T cell, instead of fighting the HIV, becomes the copy machine for the HIV. Now, COVID also invaded cells, but COVID invaded something called an endothelial cell. Now, an endothelial cell is found in every single part of your body. It's in your blood vessels, it's in your brain, it's in your skin, it's in every single part of your body. It's a teeny tiny cell that actually lines stuff and makes that whatever it's lining kind of slippery. So if those cells get invaded by COVID and they're not doing their endothelial job, now things aren't as slippery. And that means that blood cells can get all caught up inside the blood vessels. It means that our lungs can't inflate and deflate very effectively. But COVID actually affected a lot more of the body than most people understand, because endothelial cells are all over your body. Now we're in a race. So we have an invading virus, very stealthy, very small. Its whole job is to invade and hijack. So our virus has invaded and hijacked. Now our immune system's like, whoa, hold up. Liver's not doing its job. Red alert, something's wrong. So your body has to figure out how to fix this problem. But the virus isn't something that they can see. Where's the virus at? Inside the cell. So your body is like, I can't get to it. Your immune system's like, how do I fight something that is protected? So viruses tend to be harder to fight. Godzilla, he was big, he was obvious, he was easy to fight. We could see him. But those ninja viruses, when they invade the cells, they're hidden from your immune system. So it's a little bit harder to fight. So your body has to do something to make it less hospitable for that virus. It doesn't want that virus particle to hang around. It doesn't want to make it's at home, but it doesn't want to make it happy, right? So what do you do when you have a house guest that you don't want there anymore? Well, you turn up the heat, make it uncomfortable for them, right? So that's what happens. You develop a fever, which is your body's way of turning up the heat to make it uncomfortable for the invader. I'm not going to make it nice for you to live here. Your body knows that to get rid of an invader, we got to use the holes at our disposal. So we flood the gates. We have a runny nose. We have a cough to push those virus particles out of the lungs. The symptoms that you get when you get sick are often not the virus that's causing those symptoms. It's your body's response to the virus. Go ahead.
So wouldn't it make sense, like, if you have a fever or you have a cough, to let it like run its course per se, so that you get that out of your body instead of like
Absolutely.
medicine to make it go away?
As long as the symptoms aren't too severe. Okay. So if we have a low grade fever, yeah, Let the body do what it needs to do. If it gets a little too high, we don't want to cook our brain, because sometimes the body gets a little confused, right? It doesn't know how high to go. So it can get a little carried away. In that case, we want to take some Tylenol to kind of bring that fever down. But yes, now years and years and years ago, when you got sick and you went to the doctor, they told you, go home, get some rest, take some vitamin C, let it run its course. That used to be the advice. But then doctor training got really expensive. And doctors were coming out of medical training with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And when you went to the doctor, you expected him to do something. If you went to a doctor and they said, just go home and get some rest, and by the way, that's $80, please. Now, you're going to get really angry about that, because that no good doctor didn't do anything for me. They didn't give me anything, and you're going to leave them a bad review. And you're probably going to go find a different doctor, somebody that is going to pull out their prescription pad and write you a prescription. So now we've got doctors that are saying the right thing, but being economically punished for it. So what do those doctors do? They get on board. What script do you want? And by the way, that's now 120. Good? Everybody understand? So yes, you're absolutely right. Letting it run its course. But while you're doing all that coughing and sneezing and all that, you're pushing out these virus particles right and left, right? So should you be at work? No. But we don't like to stay home when we're sick. We got things to do and places to go, and our employers are not very friendly when it comes to us calling off, because they got things that they need us to do. So we now have this society that is built on spreading pathogens all across the land. Does that make sense? Probably not the healthiest, right? Not the best decision, but this is where we're at. Uni, I passed the 2 exam on my first try. I'm now working as a CNA and moving forward on my education. Thanks, Nurse Patty and team. Congratulations, Uni. Uni is from our last class. So congratulations. I'm so proud. She was very stressed. It probably wasn't as bad as you thought it was going to be, was it? Let me know. All right. So do you guys understand how this whole system works? Okay. So what can we do about this? Well, one of the things that we can do is have a healthy immune system, right? So that means that as a CNA, we want to make sure that we're getting enough rest, we're getting good exercise. Exercise is fantastic for your immune system. 15 to 20 minutes of exercise every day does an amazing job at getting your immune system to do what it needs to do. We can make sure we're up to date on our vaccinations. Those are the instruction manuals, right, that tell our body what to do. Because if we're going to be working around pathogens all the time, it means we're going to be exposed. So giving those extra instructions to our body to know what to do can put us a little bit ahead of the game. So these are the things that we can do as a healthcare workforce to help reduce the spread of infections. So when it came to COVID, there was something that they did that I was absolutely against. And unfortunately, you know, the CDC does not call me. They should, but they don't. Okay. So one of the things that happened during COVID was that we shut down all the nursing homes and assisted living facilities and hospitals. So you could not go in and visit anybody because they did not want people to bring pathogens into this setting. And I absolutely agree with that 100%. That was a good call, right, to prevent or reduce the amount of pathogens that are coming into a facility that have at-risk patients that are already trying to fight off something else. So good call, but they missed something vital. Who was still coming and going from the facility? The staff. And that staff wasn't just going home. If the staff went to a facility and then home, and everybody at home stayed at home and had no contact with anybody else, right? So this is a secure environment and a secure environment and no stops in between. That would have been okay. But people at home, did they stay at home? No, they were still going to birthday parties and ball games and parks and yeah. So we have caregivers that are in a facility around patients that are at risk, and they're stopping at the grocery store, and they're stopping at the restaurant to pick up dinner, and they're stopping at other places, and then going home to a place where everybody in that place has been a million different places. Did we interfere with the spread of virus? Not the way we thought we would, right? We locked out family members, but staff was still providing exceptional exposure. We didn't really think that through. So we told healthcare workers, make sure you don't go anywhere. Go to work and go home. Did they listen? No. So we ended up with a lot of at-risk patients being exposed to a virus and it going through an entire virus. I mean, COVID took out entire facilities. And it was all because the only way in would be the staff. So when we get these recommendations from healthcare authorities, we need to understand that they know more than we know. Just like before I started this lecture, you would have ordered that sub, watched it being made, and had absolutely no problem with it because you were unaware. Understand moving forward, there is a whole lot in healthcare that you are still unaware of. I have you for 4 weeks. That's it. 32 hours. I cannot give you 12 years of education in 32 hours. There are things you do not know, and what you don't know is going to put your patients at risk. So when you're given instructions, please follow them. Your patient is depending on it. Make sense? The steps that we took for COVID should never have been politicized. Why they were politicized, I don't know. But this is very simple. Droplets fall 6 feet. Stand 6 feet away from people and you reduce your exposure. Don't put anything up next to your face unless it's clean. These are common sense things. Why this became political, I have no idea. No clue. But we need to learn these lessons to be able to keep our patients safe next time. Okay? So how do we intervene in all of this? Now that we understand what a chain of infection is, we have a pathogen, it has a place to live, it gets forced out through a doorway, natural or otherwise. It has to have a way of getting around, which is usually our hands. It has to have a doorway in somewhere else. And that person has to be susceptible for the infection to continue. Once we understand that, now we can start thinking about, well, where can we intervene here to prevent this from actually completing its cycle? What steps can we take? Where can we interrupt this cycle? And that's what we're going to talk about now, because that is the role that gloves play, is interrupting the cycle. The cycle is the cycle. This is hard. This is fact. You can't dispute this, right? This is how things spread. So how do we interrupt it? Good? Good? All right. So first thing that we have to think about is the environment, right? So pathogens don't live outside the body very long. They don't do well homeless. They just don't. Different pathogens have different amounts of time that they can live outside of the body. But for the most part, it's hours max. There's a lot of pathogens that are like minutes. They just don't do well. Now, what I'm talking about with pathogens, these are what I call the General Mills pathogens, right? The run of the mill, the basic, normal things that you and I are going to come into contact with. I'm not talking about the extreme ones, right? The extreme ones are super rare. That's not what we're going to be dealing with. These are just run of the mill pathogens. All right. So pathogens don't live long outside the body, number one. And they have to have a doorway in. So you going into a facility, working on a patient, touching things the patient has touched, very low risk. This is why you can hand the patient a call light. Those pathogens cannot get through your skin. Not going to hurt you a bit. But they are on your skin. So you don't want them up next to your face. That kind of makes sense. And you definitely don't want to bring those pathogens to another person in the facility, which is why we are washing our hands at very specific times. It's all about this. But remember, those pathogens that you're touching in the patient environment, they don't get through your skin. Doesn't work that way. They have to have a doorway in. So this is our chain of infection. Only when we have a pathogen and that pathogen is living inside a host and it is forced out through a body opening and it manages to find its way to someone else and it has to get into a doorway of theirs and that person is susceptible. That is the only way that you can catch an illness in a clinical setting. That's a whole lot of ands. There's no ors. There's no ors. All of those steps have to be completed. Can't skip any of them. So me working on this patient, as long as none of his stuff gets into any of my holes, I'm fine. I'm good. There is no risk there. Now, I don't want to take his stuff to another patient. But our rule here is if you keep stuff from other people's holes from getting into your holes, infection will not happen. Cover your holes. And yes, that goes for every part of your life. You want to prevent the spread of infections? Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. So if you're standing and talking to somebody, back up a little. Don't let their saliva into your holes. If you're going to touch blood and body fluids, don't do it if you've got a hole. But as long as your skin is intact and you're not touching any of your patient's body fluids, you're okay. This is why we don't need gloves for everything. And here's the real problem, guys. Just like the sandwich, when you wear gloves routinely for everything, you stop paying attention to what you touch with those gloves. That sandwich worker had no idea about all the cross-contamination they were doing. The rule is you put gloves on and make the sandwich. What did they do? They put gloves on and made the sandwich. They followed the rule. They didn't pay attention to everything they were touching. We do this in healthcare all the time. Nurses will walk in a room, they'll put on a pair of gloves, they'll empty the Foley and hand the patient a cup of water. And they're okay because they're wearing gloves. This is why glove use is dangerous. because it gives you a false sense of security. And it ends up putting somebody at risk, usually the patient.
What about when they're incontinent?
We're going to talk about that.
Okay. I keep bringing up things you're fixing to talk about.
So we have to understand that gloves provide an extra layer of protection, an extra layer of protection. But we already have one in place. It's our skin. Our skin is a layer of protection. Gloves are simply going to provide an extra one if we're going to work around pathogens or things pathogens could be in. Remember I said that pathogens have to either float or flow, right? So if I'm going to be working around body fluids, any body fluids, right? Any body fluids from here, any body fluids from anywhere else, I'm going to get an extra layer of protection because I know that pathogens can exist in body fluids. If I'm going to work around body openings, eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions, if I'm going to be anywhere around those, I'm going to wear an extra layer of protection because I know that's where pathogens can escape. Good? Good. Gloves simply provide an extra layer of protection. But we have to think about who those gloves are really there for. Who are those gloves meant to protect? Ah, there it is, both. They're not just there to protect the healthcare worker. That's like saying that the sandwich maker is wearing gloves to protect them from the sandwich. Well, what risk does the sandwich pose to you? Gloves can provide an extra layer of protection, but they're really there to protect the patient from being exposed to all the pathogens that we are carrying around by going room to room. We have to think about who the one is at risk here. You're pretty healthy. You've got a functioning immune system. If you get a pathogen, chances are you're going to be able to fight it off because your immune system's on standby. Who's not healthy here? The patient. They're already fighting something else. So that means their immune system is currently occupied, busy. If we bring them another pathogen, that busy system may not have the ability to fight off that new invader. Now, remember, we put them all in a setting that has a ton of pathogens. Like we get the sickest people in the community, we round them up, put them all in one place, and we say, good luck. Hope it works out for you. But we are the ones as staff members that go from room to room. So that means that we are the ones as staff members that are bringing your pathogens to you, and your pathogens to you, and your pathogens to you. We've got to be able to stop that process. The best way to stop that process is to wear gloves if I'm going to touch any body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, and to wash our hands before we leave your space. And then I don't know what I'm going to touch in between your space and hers, but when I am going to work on her, right before I touch her, I should wash my hands to make sure I'm not bringing any pathogens to you. I'll do what I need to do and then wash those pathogens off and go to you. I don't know what I touched in between. So before I start working on you, what should I do? Wash my hands. Here's the problem with gloves. Most healthcare workers will put on a pair of gloves, they'll work with the patient, and they're going to take those gloves off and then move to the next patient, and they never wash their hands. They think those gloves did the work for them. Let's see why that's dangerous. Remember that CNAs do ADLs. You guys remember this? ADLs, bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, toileting, right? This is what we do. This is our wheelhouse. Think about all the body fluids that we come into contact with doing those activities, right? We are the ones around all of your patients' doorways more than anybody else. That means that most infections are spread by who does this? Which staff member? Most infections are spread by who?
CNA.
Let me say that again. Most infections are spread by.
CNA.
Is this important for us to learn?
Yes.
This is important, guys. Because those infections that you're spreading are going to kill about 1 out of every 12 patients that you give an infection to. I told you, CNAs kill more people than surgeons every year. We just don't talk about it. I think we need to be talking about it. I think it's important.
Is that a statistic happening despite CNAs and supervisors making sure like protection or the caution is taken ahead of time? So, I mean, something else is still causing,
How do I put this?
or people just negligent still?
You know what you know now because you're sitting in this room listening to me talk. What I am telling you is not told to all healthcare workers. You are only as good as your instructor. I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. That's not what this is. But you're going to be working with a whole lot of staff members that do not have the same knowledge that you now have. And they're going to be taking shortcuts. In Florida, you can challenge the state exam. You can simply go onto YouTube, watch my videos, and gain enough knowledge to challenge the exam and pass. In fact, about 88% of all people that take the state exam in Florida are challengers. They may have taken a weekend class that showed them how to do some skills. They may watch our videos. They may enroll in the online course. They might even be watching us now. Hi. But that doesn't mean that you have all the knowledge you need to be a safe and effective worker. It just means you got lucky. You passed a test. This is why I live stream. Because even if you're going to take the shortcuts and you're going to challenge the test, and I mean, you guys are all going to be challenging, but you're sitting in this class, you're learning, right? But I do this for free. And everybody that called, what did I tell you? If you talk to me, I told you, you can go online and watch it for free. You guys decided you wanted to be in a classroom instead, and I'm glad for it. But I live stream because everybody needs this knowledge. Everybody. Everybody. No matter what pathway you're taking. That's why I give it for free. I'm hoping that somebody is listening. Because one day I'm going to be the body in the bed, and I don't want Mr. McGillicuddy's cooties. I got my own to worry about. Good? Make sense? All right. Remember that doorways let things both out and in. So that's where gloves are going to come in handy. So remember, doorways that let pathogens out will also let pathogens in. It's important. Doorways work two ways. They'll let you in and out. All right. So when we, as CNAs, are working around the patient's doorways, we're going to use gloves as an extra layer to prevent not just exposure to things coming out of the patient, but also to prevent us from bringing things into the patient. Good? That means, this is important. If we're going to wear gloves, we've got to put them on at the right time. So if we're going to be working around body openings, body fluids, personal skin, anything like that, any eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. If we're going to be around any of those, we're going to wear some gloves, not just to protect ourselves, but also to protect the patient. But we're going to have to put those gloves on at the right time. One of the problems here is that you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they're sick. You just can't. You right now could be sitting there with hepatitis B virus and have no idea because you don't have any symptoms. Doesn't mean you can't spread it. You got hepatitis B. You can spread it far and wide, but you don't know you've got it. So how am I supposed to know you've got it? Nobody knows you've got it. A lot of people have pathogens on board that they don't even know about. They don't have symptoms. We haven't tested them for it yet. We do not have a scanner yet that you can walk through that tells me everything that's wrong with you. If you can invent one, that would be awesome. That would be great. But we can't tell right now. So, because you might potentially have a pathogen that I am unaware of, if I'm going to be working around any of your body fluids or personal skin or non-intact skin, I'm going to wear an extra layer to protect both of us. This concept of doing this with everybody, because we don't know, is called standard precautions. You'll also hear it universal precautions. Two terms, same concept. Standard precautions, universal precautions, same thing. It means that if I'm going to go, if you're leaking something and I'm going to go anywhere near it, I'm going to put on a pair of gloves. It also means that if I'm going to be doing mouth care on you, I'm going to put on a pair of gloves, not just to protect me, but to protect you because I'm near one of your doorways.
What are some examples when you don't have to wear gloves, like respiration?
So if it's never based on the skill, it's always based on the patient you're doing the skill on. So let me explain. Let's say that we're going to do pulse in a few minutes, okay? So we are going to take a pulse on a patient. We're on their wrist. I'm nowhere near their face or their genitals, okay? Wrist. As long as their skin is intact and my skin is intact, there's no problem. I'm going to wash my hands before I touch them. I'm going to wash my hands after I touch them. No problem. No gloves are needed. Now, if same patient, but they have a brand new kitten, little beautiful ball of fur. Brand new kittens have very sharp claws and they're very playful. And this person now has a huge scratch down their forearm. A scratch is a body opening, non-intact skin. So same skill, I'm taking a pulse. But the patient, the arm that I'm taking the pulse on, has a scratch on it. Do I need gloves? It's not based on the skill. It's based on the patient we're doing the skill on. So for every skill we do, every single skill we do, we have to evaluate, do I need gloves for this skill? So I want to bring your attention back to the question we had before I started talking. It asked, if I'm changing the sheets, don't I need gloves? I don't want to touch somebody's sheets without gloves, right? So my question would be, it's not based on the skill, it's based on the patient, right? So is the sheet wet? Is there a body fluid? If the answer is yes, do I need gloves?
Yes.
If the answer is no, do I need gloves?
No.
No.
Can you still choose to wear gloves out of like your own?
Okay.
permission?
I'm going to time out and hold that question for a few minutes. Okay. Let me lead you there.
Okay.
All right. So standard precautions means that I'm going to wear an extra layer of protection anytime I'm working around body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. Everybody got that? That will be a test question. That will be a test question. They are going to ask you what standard precautions is. So this is called standard precautions. We're going to wear gloves anytime we're touching body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. But this is probably more important than knowing when to wear gloves. It's when do I put them on? So a lot of you are going to want to wash your hands, put on your gloves, and then go get your supplies and start your skill. I want you to think about this from our sandwich perspective. This person put on gloves and then opened the bread cabinet, opened the refrigerator, opened the cheese drawer, touched the sauce bottle. So everything they touched contaminated those gloves, correct? Well, in healthcare, we do the same thing. If we put our gloves on and then touch a lot of things and then go near our patient's mouth, which is a doorway, did we really protect them? No. So our rule is the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient, not the supplies. So that means that we're going to wet our toothbrush and we're going to take the cap off of the toothpaste and we're going to put our toothpaste on our toothbrush and we're going to recap the toothbrush and we're going to put the toothbrush in an emesis basin and put a towel over the patient before we ever put our gloves on. Because if we did all of that with gloves and then put those gloves in the patient's mouth, we are introducing pathogens into a doorway. Good. This is more important than knowing when to wear gloves, knowing when to put them on. Good. I'm really challenging a lot that you're thinking of. All right. Once we've touched the patient, your gloves are dirty. So pay attention to what you're touching in the environment. Try not to oversaturate the environment with the patient's cooties, right? Pay attention to what you're touching. So one of the biggest issues with this is if I am pulling a sheet up next to the patient's face, okay? Their sheet is down here. I'm pulling it up because I should never see knobby knees at the end of the skill, right? Pulling that sheet up. This edge of the sheet is going to go right up next to their face. Lots of doorways on the face. Do I want to do that with dirty gloves? No. So we have to pay attention to what we're touching in the environment with those dirty gloves. Good? All right, and then we have to learn how to remove our gloves correctly. Okay, but before I get to that, and we're going to do that after break, but before I get to that, let me explain to you why gloves are not the suit of armor that you think they are. Everybody has this false conception of gloves. Gloves are not protecting you the way you think they are. They don't. They just don't. Everybody thinks that you put on a pair of gloves and you're safe, you're protected. It's like wrong, very wrong. All right, so let me explain to you why. Everybody's seen a balloon like this, right? Birthday balloon. It's made out of latex. Same thing as most of our gloves. You get it inflated with helium and it pops up against the ceiling for a couple of days. What happens after a couple of days? It deflates, it shrinks. How does that happen? Well, the fabric of the balloon is man-made. It has holes, just like your clothes. Like you can't see the holes in your clothes, but if you hold it up to the light, you can see there's little tiny holes. Every man-made fabric has holes because it's woven together. There's little tiny gaps. They're tiny, they're microscopic, can't see them with the naked eye, but they're there. Well, as we inflate and we stretch it, what happens to those holes? Yeah, they stretch. Over time, those helium particles are able to wiggle their way out. And then the balloon deflates. And then you end up with this little sad kind of clump, right? The helium can no longer escape. Well, what that tells us is our gloves actually have holes. They're organic. I mean, they're there. They're tiny, but they're there. Now, I told you that bacteria are big Godzilla guys, right? They're clumsy, they're big, they're obvious. Bacteria aren't great at getting through those holes because they're just simply big. But viruses, I told you viruses were little teeny tiny guys, like little ninjas. They're way smaller than a cell even. So they can slide through a hole. So what that means is if helium can escape through these holes, and you have seen this happen. This is not, I'm not making this up. This happens. You've seen it with your own eyes. If helium can escape through those holes, viruses aren't going to have much of a problem.
Is a UTI a bacteria infection or viral?
Generally bacterial, generally, but that doesn't mean that that virus particles cannot survive in the urine. Okay. That's like saying, is a kangaroo the only animal in a zoo?
Okay.
That's kind of wide open, I mean, there's a lot of different, yeah, kangaroo might be one of them. There's a lot of different animals.
So after like grabbing your supplies and everything, and like before you put on your gloves, do you have to wash your hands again?
We're going to wash our hands. We're going to get our supplies
Okay.
and then prepare for the skill and then put our gloves on. We do not need to wash our hands because we're only touching clean items.
Okay.
Ideally. Not always, but ideally. All right. So it's important to understand that pathogens, and it's not just viruses. I mean, some bacteria can get through, some yeast can get through, some fungus can get through. I mean, this is pretty universal, right? These holes are a little bigger than you would think. But these pathogens can get through. Now, pathogens need 3 things to thrive: warm, dark, moist. We talked about that in class 1. So let's talk about your hands and gloves. Have you ever worn gloves? What do they make your hands do? Sweat. So underneath the glove, we have warm, we have dark, and we have moist. So those pathogens that get through, man, they set up camp. This is the ideal breeding environment for these pathogens, and they just start to multiply. So when we wear gloves for any amount of time and we take them off, we have pathogens on our hands. Now, we have done a million. This is like, those of you who go on for nursing, you have to take a microbiology class. This is like the #1 experiment you do in microbiology is you'll culture hands, with swabs, put it in a petri dish and put it in an incubator to see what grows. Then you'll wash your hands and put on some gloves. Leave the gloves on for 10, 15 minutes. Do something, whatever that something is, whatever activity they have you do. And then you take the gloves off and you culture the hands again. Now, ideally, you wore gloves. So nothing, you washed your hands, you put on gloves. So there should be nothing on your hands, right? Every time a culture grows. Every time. Yep. So don't rely on those gloves to keep the surface of your hands pathogen free. It doesn't work that way. So if we take our gloves off, what do you think we need to do? Wash our hands. And that is the step that is most missed in healthcare. We put gloves on, we take them off, we think that we are clean, and then we move on to another patient. What are we taking to that other patient? Yeah, cooties that aren't theirs. Strange cooties. Stranger danger.
Sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions, but I know you said they have to come in through like a portal of entry or a portal of exit, but is there some that are like skin to skin, like ringworm? Like, isn't ringworm like a skin to skin contact?
Ringworm is a fungus. Now, fungus
Okay.
work a little bit different. Fungus can actually invade the surface cell. Like I said, you remember I said viruses all have their particular flavor of cell they like? Well, with fungus, they can actually use the top layer of the skin. So fungus, for the most part, is usually an external thing. It stays kind of surface level. It doesn't get inside the body. Now, there are some funguses that can. Yes, there's candida and thrush and thing, or candida that causes thrush, things like that. But it's generally speaking, especially when we're talking about ringworm, that's a fungus that stays on the surface level of the skin. So yes, I mean, technically speaking, it hasn't completely invaded the body, but it is spread skin to skin. Athlete's foot, same thing. Tinnitus, yeah, same thing. But again, that's fungus. If you ever really want to get freaked out, bacteria, bad. But on a scale of 1 to 10, badness, they're like a 3. Viruses, bad. On a scale of 1 to 10, viruses are probably about a 6. Fungus, bad. On a scale of 1 to 10, they're about a 30. If they get the right conditions. A fungus can wreak unbelievable havoc. Anybody ever watch like zombie movies?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are fungus that actually real life will take over the body of a dead insect and reanimate it. Oh, yeah. Nightmare fuel stuff. Now, thankfully, none of them affect humans. So I don't work in that environment, but oh, yeah, nightmare fuel for sure. Yeah, I'll take a virus any day of the week. They have rules. Viruses have rules. Fungus are like, rules what? I'll see your rules. Yeah, scary. So when we wear gloves, we're going to wash our hands, do our prep, put our gloves. First thing the glove should touch is the patient. And then after we wear those gloves, we're going to limit what we touch in the environment with those gloves, take them off. And then before we leave the patient environment, we want to wash our hands. Remember, the patient's cooties are their cooties. It's okay for them to be exposed to their own cooties. I'm not worried about that. But before I leave the patient environment, I got to wash their cooties off. Questions? Are we good?
How do we take the gloves off?
We're going to talk about that. So now we have to learn how to take gloves off without contaminating. So you're right on schedule, but let's take our break. Because I have been talking now for 2.5 hours. So let's take a break. When we get back, I'll show you how to take your gloves off. Ready. All right. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Let's see here. Can you hand me that box, please? Thank you. I think this belongs in one of the other ones. I'm not a medium. All right. So how do we remove gloves properly to help prevent cross-contamination? So this is going to be on page 43.
Inside out.
All of you guys have gloves on your table, so feel free to play along. Something I do not do in class, but you can do at home. It is a great experiment. If you get some shaving cream, go to like the Dollar Tree, get the cheapest shaving cream you can, the foam kind, not the gel, the foam kind. Put a drop of food coloring in, mix it up. Put some gloves on, get shaving cream on your gloves and rub it all around. You now have soiled gloves. We need to take the soiled gloves off without getting any of that shaving cream on your skin. And you'll know it gets on your skin because food coloring will stain you. So how do you take gloves off without contaminating? Well, you don't want to go underneath. Dirty glove can touch dirty glove, but dirty glove cannot touch the skin. So in order to take this glove off, I cannot go underneath. I need to pull up at the cuff, not down here. Don't put your thumb underneath. You want to pull up toward the base of your palm and then pull that off inside out. Wrap it up in this palm so it doesn't swing around and contaminate everything. Now, skin can touch skin. This is fine, but I cannot touch that dirty glove. So you don't want to do something like this. You can't pinch that cuff. You need to go underneath. So keep your fingers against your skin. Don't pinch. So this side is pinch, this side is slide. So we're going to slide underneath and pull that inside out. So one inside out glove is inside the other inside out glove. And then you can throw it away. You can also take them home and clean your toilet. I don't care. So this is a picture demonstration of what I just showed you. For those of you who are playing along at home, we're going to pinch up near the cuff. We're going to pull that off inside out and wind it up in our hand. We'll slide our free hand underneath the edge of the cuff on this side and then pull it off inside out. Again, if you do this with the shaving cream, it'll help you identify whether you're removing the gloves correctly without contamination. Questions? Yes. It's not a specific skill. So they're not going to hand you a pair of gloves, have you put them on, and then take them off. It's not a specific skill. But any skill that does require gloves or any skill that you choose to wear gloves, you will be graded on glove removal. Now, one of the questions I get asked a lot is, okay, I know that I just sat through a 2-hour lecture on gloves, but I didn't listen and I really don't care. I want to wear gloves for everything because it makes me feel safer. Can I wear gloves for everything on the test? And the answer is no. If you try to wear gloves for skills that do not require gloves, the evaluators are likely to tell you you do not need gloves for this skill. If you
point against you,
if
They
you
tell you that?
hold on, if you wear gloves all the time, first of all, you stop paying attention to what you're touching with those gloves, which means you're going to have an infection control infraction. The second thing is cost. Gloves cost money. They actually cost a lot of money. Each one of those boxes is about $10 to $15. That doesn't sound like much, but when you think about how many gloves staff go through on a regular basis, that cost adds up to a facility. And that's an unnecessary cost to the facility. For the test, they have to pay for those gloves. So they're not going to want you to wear gloves when you don't need them because that's a cost to the facility. Make sense? Good. The third reason is that if you just wear gloves for everything, that keeps them from grading you on knowing infection control rules. So your ability to know when gloves are appropriate and when they're not appropriate is how you're going to demonstrate that you understand infection control. So does it count against you? Yes, as an infection control deficiency. Does that answer, Nancy? Does that answer? Okay. Because you're showing that you don't understand infection control principles.
Is there a potentially wrong way to put on gloves?
Putting them on is just put them on.
Okay, fine.
You're doing it with clean hands. So it really doesn't, you're okay putting them on. Taking them off is much more specific. Something I see a lot of people do is walk around with gloves in their pocket. In and out of every room. You got a pocket full of gloves. They fall on the floor. You stuff them back in your pockets. Well, they're never sterile to begin with, but they are considered clean. But when you're going in and out of rooms, your uniform is not considered clean once you start working. It's pressed up against the bed, hit the curtain, pressed up against the sink, nailed on the floor. Your uniform is not clean once you start work. So if you're carrying gloves in your pocket, those gloves cannot be considered clean either. So don't do that. Don't do that. Use the gloves that are in the patient's room. All right, so any questions on glove rules? No? Flashcards, make flashcards. Remember, we're learning the principles now. We've covered skill rules, opening, glove rules, and the closing. We're going to learn 2 more in just a few minutes. You want to make flashcards. If you want them already made, I have them. All of those principles are here. We also have flashcards for supplies and the skill steps all together. This is one packet. If you're going to make your own, that's what you want to do is the skill steps, the supplies, and the principles. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. Let's go to page 52 and learn how to take a pulse. All right, so we've already seen this page once today. We have our principles down the side. They're also spelled out for us here. We still have to learn this. This is our 3-step peanut butter and jelly video, test specific information. So let's look at our step-by-step instructions on page 53. This is going to tell us how to do this skill. How do we know what to do with each patient? Read the care plan. So let's take a look at the care plan here. Care plan tells us the patient will be lying in bed for the skill. Where will they be? Yeah, the evaluators have to follow the care plan too. There's no curveballs here. They can't change this and put somebody in a chair. They have to follow the care plan too. This is how we get consistent testing. That way, if you're testing in Tallahassee and you're testing in Miami, you're getting the exact same test. This is a standardized test. So I can tell you with absolute certainty that for the exam, you will be on a live patient. They will be in bed. Okay? Tells us to count the patient's radial pulse, and then it's going to tell you where that's at. Measured at the wrist. Just in case you don't know where a radial pulse is, it is at the wrist. Now, there's a lot of other pulse points in the body. You've got the ulnar pulse, which runs along the bottom of the wrist. We're not going to use that one. It's buried real deep, hard to feel, not the one we want. We want the radial pulse. That's right. There's a brachial pulse, which we're going to learn on Monday with blood pressure. There's a carotid, which we're pretty familiar with. If you've ever had a personal trainer, they've taught you how to take your pulse up here. This is the carotid. We have the femoral, which is in the groin. You've got popliteal behind the knees and dorsal pedalis on top of the foot. We got a lot of different pulse points in the body. Which one are we using? Radial. There's also a different pulse point. We call it a pulse, but it actually has a little bit different definition. But there's another type of pulse called an apical pulse, and you might be asked to take an apical pulse in a clinical setting. Now, apical pulse is using your stethoscope over the heart and counting the thumps that you hear. Okay, so it's a little bit different type of pulse. That is not something you would be doing on the state exam. And in fact, you would have to have additional training. Remember, I said training can be done in a classroom or bedside. You would have to have additional training to be able to take an apical pulse. You guys remember telling you that this is the #1 failed skill? This is one of the reasons why. Okay, one of the big mistakes that's made on this is people don't count for 1 full minute. Our care plan is going to tell us to count for 1 full minute. They ignore that. They do their own thing. But the other way that this skill is failed is because people pull out a stethoscope and they listen to the heart and they get all fancy and they think that they're going to get extra credit for going above and beyond, for being better than. The test is not testing you on how fancy you can get or being better than. Is that what a CNA does? What do CNAs do? Follow the care plan. So if you get all fancy during the test, you're going to fail. Now, in your mind, you're like, but I got the right number. Why did they fail me? Why did they fail them? They didn't follow the care plan. Are you starting to see what the test is testing you on? Following the care plan, period. I told you on class 1, you had all the information you needed to pass the state exam, and I was not kidding. I'm going to teach you how to take a pulse. But if you don't understand that the care plan is what drives us train, me showing you how to take a pulse isn't going to help. Good? Good? All right, so we're going to measure the radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute. How long are we counting? What if your aunt tells you to count for 15 seconds, multiply that by 4? No. We're going to count for 1 full minute. And then it tells us to record our readings on the documentation form provided. Now you can see a copy of the documentation form that we're going to use on page 53. But it's small. It's like this big. Keep your fingers there, but turn to page 168. This is a bigger version of the documentation form that will be used on the state exam. So you can use this when you're practicing. Okay. It's the same form that's on page 53. It's just this one's bigger and not filled out.
On what page? 68?
168.
I missed the one.
I just want you to know that that's in the book for you. Okay. Good. All right, so let's talk about what a pulse is. If we're going to count it, we got to know what we're counting. So in your chest, you've got a heart right over here. That heart squeezes. When the heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave is going to push the one in front of it. That wave is going to push the one in front of it. And that one is going to push the one in front of it. And it's going to move through your vascular system in a series of waves like the ocean. If you've ever been on a cruise or out in a boat, the ocean has a wave and a valley and a wave and a valley. We have a wave and a valley and a wave in the valley. So what we're going to do here is press down on the top of an artery, push it down so that we can feel these waves as they go under our fingers. That's all a pulse is. That's it. So the heart squeezes, pushes out a wave, and then it rests, and we have a valley. It squeezes, pushes out a wave, and it rests, and we have a valley. So wave, valley, wave, valley. And we are going to count for how long?
1 minute.
Why?
Because it's on the care plan.
Because that's what the care plan said. Any questions? So this is basically kind of like a look back. Okay, when we're counting the pulse, we aren't actually counting the heartbeat. We're counting the waves the heartbeat created. So this is what we call an indirect measurement of heart rate. Now, if we were measuring the apical that I talked about up here, that would be a direct pulse calculation. This, because we're counting the waves that that heart squeezing created, it's an indirect. But this is all driven by the heart. Okay, the heart squeezes, pushes out a wave of blood. That wave is going to go throughout the entire body all at the same time. One pump, one wave goes everywhere. So if you're over here counting the pulse and I'm over here counting the pulse, we're counting the same waves. We should get the same number. Good?
How do they do that on the exam? Are they counting with you or?
We're going to get there. Hold up. Hold up. So the best way for me to explain how this works is to think of a garden hose. If we go outside, we have a garden hose attached to our house. We turn the faucet all the way on. The hose gets big, right? It expands. It's kind of hard because there's water flowing through it now. And then we turn the faucet off. The hose kind of shrinks down, becomes squishier, and no water comes out. That's all we're doing here, right? That's all the heart is doing, is it's turning the faucet on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. And this illustration, this analogy is going to be useful on Monday when we start talking about blood pressure, because pulse is how often the heart is beating. Blood pressure is how much pressure is inside the vessel when the heart is beating. So when we turn the faucet on, how much pressure is in the hose? And when we turn the faucet off, how much pressure is in the hose? That's what a blood pressure is. Okay. All right, so how do we get a pulse? Well, we find an artery. We use a couple fingers and press down on the artery. And if we press down hard enough, we'll actually feel those thumps, those waves moving under our fingers. And we're going to count them. That's all a pulse is. We're going to use a couple fingers, press down on an artery enough to feel the waves, and we're going to count them. Super easy here. But this is a straw. If you press down too hard, you crimp the straw. No waves. Not going to feel anything. If you don't press hard enough, right? If we just barely press that in, we're not going to feel the waves. The waves are way down here. We're not going to feel it. So when we're doing this, we want to start soft. If we don't feel anything, press a little harder. If we don't feel anything, press a little harder. If we don't feel anything, press a little harder. And a little harder. Ah, there it is. Okay, good. Questions? Now, one finger you cannot use to take a pulse is your thumb. Your pulse has an artery. And if you compress that artery, you'll actually count your own pulse, which isn't going to help you a bit when it comes to taking somebody else's. So we do not use our thumb to take a pulse. We use two fingers. And I want to use the fingertips, the top of my fingers, not the flat part of my fingers. There's way, way more nerve endings way up here. I feel things a lot better way up here than I do here. There's about half as many nerve endings here. So you asked a little while ago, Nancy, about nails. And I told you that they aren't graded on the state exam. However, we have to use our fingertips. So if we are taking a pulse and we have super long nails, we can't use our fingertips. We're now using the flat part of our fingers like this because our nails are extending out, and it's going to make it more difficult for us to get a good count because of our nails. So even though nails aren't graded, they could have an indirect effect on your ability to perform well. Good? Make sense? Okay. Francis says, you teach 100% better than my teacher that actually teaching CNA. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what to say to that. Thank you, though.
Yay.
All right. So everybody understand what we're doing here? We're counting waves. We're going to use fingers, not thumb, fingertips, not flat. Good. All right. So we find the artery that we need to be on, which in this case is our radial artery at the wrist because our care plan told us to. And we're going to press down with our fingertips hard enough so that we can feel the thumbs. And we're going to start counting. So we're going to pick a starting point on the clock and we're going to say start out loud. And we're going to start counting. And we're just going to count how many thumps we feel under our fingers until the second hand gets all the way back around to where we started. Does not. And for the test, you get to pick. Now, what you're going to find in a few minutes, this is always a fun activity. What you're going to find is that you are going to have a side you prefer because of the way that you have to hold the wrist. Okay. So practice this enough that you know which side you prefer. And during the test, you can make sure you're standing on that side of the patient. But it's going to take a little practice on your part to be able to come up with that information. But you get to pick. All right, so everybody got this? Normal is between 60 and 100. That's what we call normal. If the patient has a pulse rate of 56, what do we do with that information? If the patient has a pulse rate of 124, what do we do with that patient? If the patient has a pulse rate of 168, what do we do? Report it quickly. Very quickly. Like that's a run. Okay. Can you imagine how tired your heart is going to get? Right? Your heart's going to get worn out really quickly. So if your patient has a heart rate that's really high, that's something you really want to report right away. But on the other end, let's say we have a patient with a pulse rate of 34. What are we going to do with that? Yeah, we're going to run on that one too, because a really slow heart rate is going to have trouble pushing enough blood to the brain and the kidneys to keep them alive. Now, interestingly enough, there are a group of people who have an abnormally low heart rate that is perfectly okay. Like in the 30s and 40s, and we're perfectly okay with it. We don't care, no problem. And those are cardio athletes. Now, I'm not talking about people that just go to the gym for 20 minutes 3 times a week and, look in the mirror. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that are consistently 8 to 10 hours a day doing cycling and running. These are our Olympic type athletes, right? These are the ones that are concentrating really hard on building their heart. That's why we call it cardio. Cardio is the word for heart. So the heart is a muscle like any other muscle. If I went to the gym and I did bicep curls all day, every day, this is all I did, bicep curls, my biceps would be amazing. They clearly aren't. I don't do that. But the heart is a muscle, just like the biceps. If I worked on my heart muscle all day, every day, my heart muscle would be amazing. And every time it beat, it would put out a huge amount of blood, right? So a heart beats when it has really good muscle mass and the blood goes whoosh. My heart, however, goes right? So my heart has to beat more often to get enough blood around to all of my organs. So I have a higher heart rate. A cardio athlete has a really strong heart. Their heart only has to beat 30 to 40 times a minute to deliver the same amount of blood. So cardio athletes have a low heart rate and we're okay with it.
What about geriatrics?
So again, you would want to go to the nurse, but the heart, like every other part of the body, gets tired and it just doesn't give up as much effort. So low heart rates in older people are sometimes expected. Sometimes it's due to medication too. Yeah. So again, we're going to report everything, but understand that sometimes this is why I bring it up. Sometimes you go to the nurse, you say, hey, the heart rate was 42, and you watch them run down the hallway. Okay. Other times you go to the nurse and say the patient's heart rate was 42 and they go, yeah, that's all right. Now, as a CNA, you're going to be like, well, wait a minute. That patient's 42 made you run. This patient's 42 doesn't. What do you just don't care? Do you not like this person? No, it's because they have totally different bodies and different circumstances. Good? Makes sense? Isn't that interesting? Bodybuilders, on the other hand, have usually high heart rates because bodybuilders are focused on skeletal muscles. They want to build. They do not do cardio. That leans you out. So that means they're providing much more muscle mass to feed and not strengthening the heart to do the job. So their heart rate's actually higher. Okay. Pretty cool. Body is amazing. Yeah. I am so glad that I'm in healthcare. I mean, the healthcare is just like magic. Magic. All right. So let's get into our steps of actually taking a pulse. Well, the first thing is we want to make sure the arm is supported. You don't want to have a patient's arm kind of hanging out in midair. If you do, everybody extend one arm out for me, right? If you do that, you can do that for a few seconds and it's fine. But after a few seconds, that arm starts to get a little heavy, right?
Right, you're pushing down on it too.
Yeah, and your gravity is pulling it down and you're having to fight gravity to keep it up and your arm gets tired. Well, then your muscles have to engage to keep your arm up. That means engaged muscles, more blood flow. So what does that do to the heart rate, do you think? Yeah, so if you have a patient's arm kind of hanging out in midair, we're going to get a higher heart rate than they actually have. We're not getting an accurate reading. So the elbow needs to be supported. Forearm up is fine as long as that elbow is supported. This doesn't take any effort. This takes effort. Good? Questions? Feet flat on the floor, not crossed at the knees. So crossed at the knees, you're actually, long story, I don't have time to get into it. Don't do that. Crossed at the ankles is actually okay, but I don't want you to have to remember which is which. So we just tell everybody flat on the floor. Good?
Where if they're in the bed?
Laying in the bed is fine.
Really?
Yep, laying in the bed is fine. Yeah. It all has to do with blood flow back to the heart. That's what we're really focused on here. When you cross knee over knee, you're compressing the vessels in the back of the top knee. That prevents blood from going back to the heart well, which means we have less vascular flow up here, which can actually cause our heart rate to rise to compensate. I know that was very complex. All right. We're not going to use our thumb to take a pulse. We've already talked about that. We're going to use 2 fingers. We're going to use the tips, not the flat area of the fingers. And I'm going to show you where to place those fingers. So remember, we're on a radial pulse. Now, this is really important. CNAs usually are restricted to radial pulse measurements. Now, there's a very specific reason for that. Oh, I forgot to mention one of the pulse points too. So brachial we use for blood pressure, but it's hard to use for a pulse measurement, what we call a tactile measurement. You've also got axillary that we use in babies because babies have a lot of fat on their arms and it's hard to find their little pulses because their vessels are so tiny. So we use axillary. Do not put your hands in an adult's armpit. That's just, don't do that. But there's another problem here, right? So we know that the carotid is a really good, powerful pulse. And we know that we all know where a carotid is, right? It's at the neck. And that's one that, you know, a lot of, this is another thing that CNAs do during the test. Okay, here's the problem. I'm going to pick on you because you're close. If I'm going to take her pulse, I'm going to take your pulse, okay? How comfortable do you think she is?
Not very.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my hand right on the pulse. No problem. But she's not comfortable because I have my hand around her neck. That's going to cause her anxiety. What do you think anxiety is going to do to a heart rate? That's right. So we're not going to get an accurate reading. So we don't use that. Now, if you think that's bad, try the femoral in the groin. Your patient is not going to be on board at all. Okay. So radial pulse is where it's at for CNAs. At the wrist. You try to get all fancy during the test and take a pulse in a different place, you're going to fail because you're not following the care plan. Good? Make sense? All right. So we're using the radial pulse, and the test is even going to tell you where that's at the wrist. So where is the radial pulse? Well, if you hold your hand out with your thumb pointing up, you have a bone that runs right along the top of your wrist. So like I'm going to shake somebody's hand, right? I've got a bone right here. If I take my 2 fingers, remember we don't use our thumb, 2 fingers, and I stand them up on that bone. And then I roll them forward and put the thumb on the back and relax. I will be right on top of my artery. You should feel your thumbs.
I don't.
Okay. So hand out, thumb up, 2 fingers standing on that bone, roll forward, thumb on the back, relax.
There it is.
That is where your radial pulse is located. It's the very, 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 very top. So this is your bone right here. We're going to stand you up, roll you forward, thumb on the back, relax. Anybody dead? Everybody find yours? If you didn't find yours, you're dead, and I can help. Everybody good? This is where your radial pulse is located. If you go way down here, you're not going to feel it. You've got too much fat and muscle there. You need to be way up here where the thumb and the wrist meet. It's way up there. Way up there, not down here. So if your lines, right, where your wrist bends, if those lines are not where your fingers are, you're not in the right place. Good. Start light. If you don't feel it, press deeper, deeper, deeper. You actually have to press in a little more than you think you do. Think about holding hands. That kind of pressure. Thumb on the back is super important. Now, a lot of you will just be able to put your fingers there. You feel it, great. But what's going to happen? We have to count for 1 full minute. Your fingers are going to relax during that time. You can't help it. Your fingers just will. It's natural. So if you just set your fingers there and you try to count, you're going to lose the count. Somewhere between 20 and 40, you're going to lose it. You're going to be like, where'd it go? Well, it didn't go anywhere. You did. Your fingers relax. So that's where putting your thumb on the back of the hand becomes so important. When you find the pulse, your thumb on the back holds consistent pressure in a C shape. You're less likely to lose the count. Now, during the test, what happens if you lose a count? Nothing. It's fine. We're going to start over. Not a problem. But we should be talking to who? The patient, because in our world, it's all about the patient. So we're going to tell the patient, oops, I lost count. I'm going to start again. Those evaluators are smart cookies. They'll keep up. It's all right. Okay. So you're on one side of the patient and evaluators on the other side of the patient. You're going to find the pulse. They're going to find the pulse. You're going to pick a starting point on the clock, which is right above the bed. There is a clock right above the bed during the test. So you'll look at the clock, pick a starting point, and you're going to say out loud, start. Now, I'm going to count what I feel until that second hand gets all the way back around to that 4. I'm probably going to forget what number I started on because my head is now full of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now I can't remember what number I started on. So that's what this hand is going to do. I'm going to give this hand a job. So when I look at the starting or at the clock and I pick a starting point, I make this hand keep track of where I started. So if I started on the 4, I'm going to do this. Now this hand knows where I started and it'll tell me, hey, 4. Now I know sign language, so this makes it easy for me. Anything after 5, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can all do that. We've got 5 fingers. What happens for anything more than that? Well, if you go backwards, start with your pinky. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I never start on 11. I'll just wait till it gets to the 12. And then it's just top dead center. I mean, easy. Okay. Good. That's just a little trick I use. May not work for all of you, but it helps me. That way I never forget where I started.
Is it okay to count out loud? Like if you do it in a funny way, you don't think the patient is saying yourself?
Not for the test. Don't do that for the test.
Okay.
In a clinical setting, there are patients that I will play around with like that, but
Is the patient gonna be talking to us during the test?
no.
Okay.
Remember, the patient gets specific instructions.
Okay.
They will remain quiet. But what you can do is tell the patient, especially when you're taking their pulse, but more specifically their respirations. I will tell them, this is going to take me about a full minute. I'll let you know when I'm done, but I do need you to remain quiet during that time. I will warn them, because here's the problem. Most people are used to having their pulse taken for 15 seconds. And you guys are about to all find out just how long a minute is. It is way longer than you think it is.
Especially during the test.
Yes,
Your nerves are just-
that's right.
Yeah.
So this minute is going to feel like an eternity. And your patient's going to get really anxious, like, what's wrong with me? Am I dying? What did you find? What's wrong? Your patient will always internalize what's happening. It's always about them. And that's okay. It should be. They're sick. That's okay. But if we warn them ahead of time, hey, this is going to take me a full minute. I'll need you to remain quiet. Now they can relax because they know it's going to take a full minute. Everything is fine. They're not dying. Patients feel like you are keeping valuable information from them. The more information you give them, the more of a partner you make them, the more cooperative they become.
Are respirations the amount of times that the chest like moves?
Right. We're gonna learn respirations next week.
Okay.
Yep. One skill at a time. I don't want to overload you. Okay. So everybody understand this? Where your fingers go, what fingers to use, why your thumb goes on the back side. We're going to count for 1 full minute because our care plan told us to. But if the care plan doesn't tell us to, we can do the 15 seconds multiplied by 4. So remember, this is 1 full minute all the way around. If I count for 15 seconds, that's a quarter of that time. So if I count for this 15 seconds and I multiply it by 4, it's the same as counting that full minute, as long as the pulse is regular. If the pulse is irregular, you're going to be told to count for 1 full minute in a clinical setting. That's when your care plan will say 1 full minute. Questions? Now, this care plan also tells us to document. So we're going to have to write it down. We're going to do our closing, wash our hands, document, and then what do we do after we document? Wash our hands again. All right. So let's take a look. This is our checklist for pulse. Let's take a look at how we're going to use these principles to get all of these things checked off. You ready? Okay. All right. We're going to follow the care plan by using the radial pulse. If you use any other pulse, you're not going to get that checked off. Good. We're going to count for 1 full minute. Why? If you don't count for 1 full minute, you're not going to get that checked off. We're going to record it on the documentation form. Why? Care plan said. So if you don't record it, you don't get that checked off. We're going to knock. It's on the checklist. We're going to greet the resident. It's on the checklist. We're going to address by name. It's on the checklist. We're going to introduce ourselves. It's on the checklist. We're going to describe the skill. It's on the checklist. We're going to get permission. It's on the checklist. We're going to close the curtain. It's on the checklist. We're going to gather our supplies. We're going to refrain from touching the patient until our hands are clean. We're going to determine if we need gloves. Now, I can't tell you you don't need gloves for this. What if they have a cat scratch during the test? Anybody in here have an animal at home at all? Yeah, there's a possibility you might have a scratch on you during the test. I can't tell you don't need gloves. I have no idea what you're going to face during the test. So who's got to make that decision? You do. We're going to support the arm. We're going to not use our thumb, use our fingers to take the pulse, not the thumb. We're going to, everything else we talked about, where the radial pulse is, reported over 1 full minute. That's all part of our care plan. And now we're at our closing. We're going to make sure the bed is in the low position. We're going to ask about comfort and address preferences. We're going to leave the call light in or near the resident's hand. We're going to document and wash our hands again. And then we're going to end the skill without coming back to that patient and recooting up. All of those things, all of those principles that we just went over is what we're going to use to get all of these check marks. So if you do the skill exactly like you're about to see, you will get 100%. A perfect score. And that's what I want to see. Okay, good?
Yes, ma'am.
It's important because I might be the body in the bed one day. So, Jake, if you can play Pulse, the Pulse video, and then we're going to practice in just a moment.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to take your pulse. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Okay, now that I've washed my hands, I'm going to elevate your forearm, keeping your elbow on the bed. I'm going to find the pulse, which is on the thumb side of the wrist. 2 fingers, thumb on the back. And this will take me about a minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? Pick a starting point on the clock. You're going to see in just a minute on the bottom of the screen, the words are going to get bigger and smaller, bigger and smaller. That is what I'm feeling. I'm showing you when the words get big, I'm feeling a thump. When the words get small, it's no thump. So you can count along with me and see if you get the same number. Ready? Set. Start. Stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button and we'll be happy to help you. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. The bed is in the low position. I'm going to go wash my hands. In Florida, you would count with the second evaluator at this point. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to document and wash my hands. After washing my hands the final time, I'll review the care plan, think about my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, so the question is, do you have to say everything that I say? The answer is, yeah, you should, because the patient needs to know what you're doing on them. You should be talking to the patient. But it also helps you with your test score because those evaluators are looking down at the checklist while you're performing your skill. And if they're looking at a checklist, they may not see you do something. If you're talking it out, they can hear you do it, and then you'll get credit for it. So yeah, talking it out. It also helps you remember the steps as well. So it's a good practice all the way around, but you're not narrating it for anybody but the patient. If you were to see me out in a clinical setting, exactly the way I do these videos is how I approach every skill in a clinical setting. I explain to the patient what I'm doing with their body at all times. They need to have a much better understanding of what I'm doing than I do.
So I noticed, like, when I was looking through this or whatever, that it said that it could be like -4 or +4 in either direction. So what if we get to the test and somebody's like, the patient's like anxious, you know what I mean? Because you're in a test setting and there's like 110 or something. Like what? And we count it and that's what it comes out to be.
Then write 110, write what you get.
Okay.
Now, if the evaluator, if you got 110 and the evaluator got 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, or 114, you're still considered accurate. Okay. So it's not how close to normal you are, it's how close to the evaluator's reading you are. Okay. Good. Questions? All right. Jake, I'm going to need you. Okay, can you move your bags real quick? Okay. Yep. Jake, sit here. I'm going to ask you to bring your chair around here. And then you are going to slide down. Okay. You three are group 1. You are the patient. Okay. You three are group 2. You are the patient. You three are group 3. You are the patient. I'm going to give you more instructions in a minute. Just follow with me. You three are group 4. You are the patient. You three are group 5. You are the patient. All right. Patient. If I just assigned you a patient role, you're going to put both arms out on the table, palm up, and you are to relax. The other 2 people find the pulse on the arm closest to you. Find the pulse on the hand closest to you. So you can do it that way. You can do a guitar hold, or you can put your fingers over. Just relax.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, yeah, if you're a lefty, yep, that way. There you go. Find the pulse. Keep your fingers on the pulse. Does everybody have the pulse? If you're still looking for the pulse, tell me. Okay, so I'm going to help you be a little more comfortable. You can do it that way. That's fine. But are you right-handed or left?
Right-handed normally.
Okay, so we're going to take your right hand and we're just going to go over.
Okay, over like this.
Fingers there, thumb on the back. Press a little harder.
Okay.
Got it? All right, everybody got a pulse? No, stay on your pulse because we still have to count. Find your pulse. Still hold it. When everybody has their pulse, I'm going to say start. I want you to count the thumps you feel under your fingers until you hear me say stop. I'm doing the timing for this practice. During the test, you're going to do the timing too. But for this practice, all you have to do is count. One of you is the CNA. The other one is the evaluator. We're going to see how close you get. Ready? Set. Start. Stop. When you're the patient, how long is that minute?
It's a long time.
Okay, what'd you get? Okay, what'd you get?
I got 60.
Okay. What'd you get? Okay.
60.
Okay. One of the other two people is now the patient. Both hands out. The person that was the CNA is now finding the pulse. Both arms out. Oh, I'm behind you. Sorry. Sorry. Are you right-handed?
Yeah, I'm right.
You're right-handed? Okay. So you can put your fingers like that, or you can put it like that, like a guitar hold.
I'd rather.
Okay.
By your wrist. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Everybody got it? So it's got to be up to the thumb. There you go. Nope. Are you right? You're left-handed, right? You're right-handed? Okay. Bring your hand over like that. There you go. Got it? Got it? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. Here we go. Ready? Set. Start. Stop. What'd you get?
84.
Okay, good. What'd you guys get?
74.
Skipped one and I
67.
felt like
Okay.
I was like,
55.
Okay. Okay, last person. You are now the patient.
I know they're so different. Numbers are so different.
That's because you both need practice. Okay, last person is the patient. Go ahead and find your pulses. Find your pulses. You want to move up toward the see, more like right there. Yeah, relax for me. Just relax. There you go. Everybody good? Those of you at home can play along as well. You're going to want to press just a little bit further. Got it? Okay. Everybody ready? No? Who's no? Okay. All right. You're right-handed, left-handed?
Left-handed.
Okay. So we're going to go. Actually, let me put your hand on there. We're going to do this. 2 fingers, thumb on the back.
Strong.
Okay. So we're going to go right there, thumb on the back, press.
Oh, you did?
Let's see, let me feel.
She's strong on this side.
Yeah, it's right here, right there.
It's like right in that soft spot between like the
Oh,
vein
yeah.
and the bone.
All right, everybody ready? All right, last time. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And start. Stop. What'd you guys say?
Very faint, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and return to your seats. Thank you. Okay, does everybody have a vague idea of how to do this now? If I let you loose on the unsuspecting public at home, can you practice?
Yes.
Okay. The only way to get good at this, guys, is practice. That's it. There's no shortcuts here. The good news is this is something you can actually practice on yourself because you happen to have a pulse. All right, so we're going to move on to another skill. I know there's no rest here. We're moving on. You go to page 102. We're going to learn how to dress a resident with a weak arm. This is going to require that we learn 2 more principles. So just to recap, we learned skill rules, the opening and the closing on Monday. We've already learned glove rules. We're going to add to that privacy blanket and linen rules today. So out of the 11 that you have to learn, you will have 6 of them completed today. So hopefully it hasn't been too hard on you, but let's get into it. All right, if we look on page 102, this is our overview of the skill. Down the side, you can see all the principles involved, and they're all spelled out for us here. It looks like a lot, but let's break this down real quick. We already know skill rules. We already know opening. We already know glove rules. We already know the closing. That's taken care of. And I apologize, we're actually learning 3 more principles for this skill. So we're going to focus here first. We have to learn these principles to learn how to do the skill. But the good news is we're going to learn these 3 and we're going to repeat them over and over and over and over and over and a lot of other skills. Okay? So down here is our test specific information. Somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this in 14 minutes or less. It is going to be done on a mannequin, and this is one that you do want to practice on the mannequin because they do not move like real people. And you're going to be doing this on a mannequin for the exam. So you kind of have to get used to how mannequins move and how they don't move so that we don't mess anything up on the test. This mannequin will be in a bed to start with, here, just like this. And charting is not required for this skill. So thank goodness for that. We go to the next page, page 103, we get our care plan at the top of the page, along with step-by-step instructions and our supplies. Guys, you have to learn supplies. As a nurse, I'm not going to tell you, hey, can you go dress the patient in room 102? And you're going to need to take with you a barrier, a privacy blanket, and clothes. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, hey, go get that patient dressed. You have to know the supplies that you need for each skill. So you're going to have to learn them. Flashcards are going to be your friend on this. Okay, any questions on that? We have step-by-step instructions that tells us exactly how to do this skill, but I want you to pay attention to number 11. It's bolded for you. Number 11 tells us USA first, undress strong arm first, and then dress the weak arm first. What this does is somebody has a weak arm, what it does is it allows the garment to just slide off that weak arm. No movement required. We're going to make that stronger arm do all the work. And the new garment's just going to slide up that weak arm. No movement required. We're going to make that stronger arm do all the work. If the patient, has 2 weak arms, yeah, the nurse will have to tell you what to do, but we're probably just going to keep them in a gown. Because gowns are open in the back. We can just slide it on, tuck, good to go. But go by your care plan and nurse's instructions. Here's our care plan for this particular skill. It's going to tell us to dress the resident in a long sleeve button or snap front shirt. Time out. Our care plan is very specific. Long sleeve. What if you think it's too hot for long sleeves? Huh? Yeah. What are we going to do? Follow the care plan. Because long sleeves might be used for something other than temperature. Long sleeves can help protect skin from ultraviolet exposure when we have an autoimmune disorder. Long sleeves can help protect open wounds from contamination. Long sleeves in healthcare are more than just temperature. It also tells us a button or snap front shirt that's very specific. When we have somebody that has a weak arm or limited mobility, we're not going to dress top down like we normally do. We put on pullovers mostly. But that's hard to do because that requires that we extend our arms. And if we have limited mobility, that might be difficult for us. So button or snap front allows us to dress side to side, which is easier on the patient. And then it says pants and socks. They don't care. That's just kind of an afterthought. We're not going to leave our patient without pants. So pants and socks, just throw them on. We don't care. But when you're putting pants and socks on, please make sure that the seams are lined up over the toes and the tag is in the back of the pants, like they're supposed to be, right? Tells us our resident is lying in bed, has a weak right arm. So that's going to be important because we have to use that USA first, undress strong arm first. If our patient has a weak right arm, that's going to tell us which arm we have to undress first and which one we have to dress first. Says the resident is not able to help with dressing. Well, we don't know why. We don't care why. We're there to help them dress. We'll help them get dressed. And then it says, after dressing, leave the resident in bed. Normally, if we dress somebody, they don't stay in bed. We get them up, we take them to breakfast, they go do, But this for the test is where our scene ends. Think of it like a movie. And scene. Okay. Doesn't mean this patient's day is done. It just means our scene is done. Questions? This is our care plan. What are we going to do with it? Follow it.
Care plan.
Yep. But in order to follow the care plan, it requires that we know a few things. So we have to learn these 3 principles. And I'm going to go through these really quickly because they really are kind of no-brainers. Okay. Once I explain it, you're going to go, oh yeah, that makes sense. So I'm going to go through this quickly, but if you need to review this, the online course is your friend. Each one of these has an entire lesson with it, with an animated video and an activity to help you understand these concepts. So even though I'm going fast, please remember you have resources. Okay, good. All right. The thing about principles for you to understand is that what's on here, all these principles, are not going to be on your care plan. The care plan tells us what to do with each patient, but the principles tell us how. So nobody's going to tell you on a care plan to use a privacy blanket. The care plan is not going to tell you to use a barrier. The care plan is not going to tell you not to hold the linens against your uniform. The care plan isn't going to say that. These are things you have to know in order to do the care plan. You guys understand the difference here? Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked about that. All right. So the first one we're going to talk about is page 84. When you're looking at the principles overview page, kind of looks like our skill overview page, but there are a few differences. It's going to tell us the specifics of what we need to do for this principle. But over here, it's going to tell you all of the skills that this is going to apply to. So you can see we're going to use a barrier in well over half of the skills that we learned to do. Well over half of the skills are going to require this barrier. So we're going to learn it once and do it again and again and again and again and again. And by the time I get to week 4, you are all going to be rolling your eyes.
Yay!
We have a video on this. We have a whole lesson in the online course to help you out. And remember that principles are what guide performance. That's what keeps us in our scope of practice. So let's talk about barrier rules. This is on page 85. Remember, I took all the notes for you. But the whole purpose here is to keep our supplies clean. Right? It doesn't do us any good if we contaminate our supplies before we put them on the patient. Remember, cooties. So if we're going to use supplies, we have to have a clean place to put those supplies. And this table, not clean. This table has had used tissues on it, probably a urinal, a meal tray. It's got brown gravy from last night's dinner and grape jelly from this morning's breakfast. They are not clean. Thankfully, for the test, they are empty. In a clinical setting, they're never empty. Carve out a space for yourself. Okay. But for the test, they're going to make this super easy on us. Super easy. Tables are empty. Awesome. So if our table isn't clean and we're going to get clean supplies, remember, we only get clean our supplies after we've washed our hands. Remember our opening, right? We wash our hands and then we go get our supplies. That means that we are going to get our clean supplies with clean hands, and we need a clean place to put them, and this isn't it. So we're going to use a barrier on the table to create that clean surface. Now, anything can be a barrier, anything. You can use, a Kleenex, a towel, a paper towel, a washcloth, a pillowcase. I don't care what you use, but for the test, we're going to use a very specific type of barrier. For the test, we're going to use something called a disposable underpad. Now, I told you everything in healthcare has 2 names, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a disposable underpad, but in healthcare, we're going to call it a Chucks. Now, this is different from a washable underpad. Washable underpads we call bed pads. Everything has 2 names, guys. Washable underpad, we just call a bed pad. But trying to say disposable underpad every time we need one of these, that's just way too much work. So this is the kind that we throw away when we're done with it. So we call it a chucks. Okay, that's why it's called a chucks. Now we're using it as a barrier. So it's also going to be called a barrier when we're using it for that. So this can be a barrier, a chucks, a disposable underpad, take your pick. But for the test, this is what we're going to use. And the reason is it's absorbent and waterproof. So when we put this on the table, you want to put it on with the absorbent side facing up. That'll catch any spills and prevent anything from going onto the floor or contaminating other surfaces. Okay, good? Questions on barriers? All right. So we only touch supplies with clean hands. We wash our hands. Our supplies are clean, so we wash our hands, we get our clean supplies, and we're going to put them on the barrier. But the problem is that if we don't do this in a specific order, you're likely to hold those supplies against your uniform while you try to spread this out. Your uniform is not clean. We've already learned that today. Your uniform is not clean. So the way that we have to do this is that, yeah, we know, clean supplies can't touch your uniform. The way that we have to do this is we wash our hands, we get the barrier. We put the barrier on the table, and then we go back and get the rest of our supplies. This keeps you from holding those supplies against your uniform. Good? Good? All right. You need 2 hands to unfold that barrier. It's just that simple. All right. So to prevent contamination, get the barrier first, spread it out, get the rest of your supplies, and put those on the barrier. Questions on barrier rules?
Is that the part where you get supplies again?
Okay. So we've closed our curtain.
Yeah.
We've washed our hands. We're going to go get the barrier, put it on the table. We're going to go get our supplies, put them on the barrier.
Okay.
That way, we're not holding any supplies against our uniform. Okay. Just like this. Good? Questions? All right, so that was barrier rules. We're going to see this again. And again. And again. Remember how we reviewed this morning? First thing, every single class, we're going to review what we've learned up to that point. So you're going to see this again. So we now know all about using a barrier. Now let's learn how to use a privacy blanket. So privacy blankets, again, everything has 2 names. Privacy blankets are also called bath blankets. Either way will work. Nobody cares. But we're going to use them to keep our patient warm as well as covered while we're doing skills. So this privacy curtain, yes, it does provide privacy. It blocks the patient from being exposed to all of you out there. But do you know who it doesn't protect the patient from? The person in the space with them, who is still a stranger. Me. That's why privacy blankets are important, but it's also a temperature thing. Your perception of temperature and your patient's totally different, just like yours and mine in this room. Right now, I'm sweating. You guys are all over there shivering. Why? Because I'm up and active. Your patient is laying in bed, dressed in a hospital gown and not much else. They're not active at all. Your perception of temperature, way different than theirs. Now, take their sheet away. They're freezing. They also feel exposed. So we don't do that. We don't just come up and expose our patient. That's uncomfortable for everybody. So if I'm going to take that sheet away, I'm going to cover them with a privacy blanket first, pull the sheet down underneath so they're never exposed. That keeps them warm. but it also allows me to access the different body parts that I need to access. Should I ever see knobby knees?
No.
That's another reason why we use privacy blanket. Okay. Oh, yes, I know. I've got to get better at pressing buttons. All right, so we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime our patient is uncovered or undressed. If they're uncovered or undressed, we need a privacy blanket. Remember that you are still a stranger in that space with your patient. So we'll put the blanket on over the sheet. But when we put the blanket on, we're not going to snap it or shake it. When you snap or shake a blanket, it's going to aerosolize all of those pathogens that are on the bed. It brings them right up here where you can breathe them right in. That's no good. So we unfold the blanket, put it over the sheet, pull the sheet down underneath. Now at the end of the skill, if we have worn gloves, those gloves are now contaminated. Do we want to pull that sheet up next to their face with contaminated gloves? No, so we're going to clean everything up, take our gloves off, and then pull the sheet up. Take the blanket away and pull the sheet up. Good? Good. All right. So that was privacy blanket. Again, you're going to see this again and again and again. We use privacy blanket a lot. So now let's go to linen rules. Now, linen rules is super easy because most of them are repeats of something we just learned. Now, this is important, though. If something shows up on 2 principles, it counts big on the state exam. You guys understand that? So let's see if you recognize any of these. This is linen rules on page 86. We're going to use linen rules in over half of our skills, so it's not the last time you're going to see it. And the notes are on page 87. Linens must not touch your uniform. Do we know that? We've heard that before, right? That means that counts big. Sounds like such a little thing, doesn't it? Don't hold anything against your uniform. Sounds like such a little step. But for the test, it's going to count big. Why? Why would that count big?
Because our uniforms are contaminated.
Yeah, and what
Not
does that affect?
The patient.
The patient. Absolutely. It can bring them something that can make them sicker. We have to have clean hands to get our linens. We've heard that before too. Okay, principles that are repeated are doubly important. We don't snap or shake linens. Oh, we've heard that one too. Again, linen rules, pretty easy because they're repeats. Everything but the last one. Now, the next 2 we're going to skip for a little bit. We'll come back to that next week. So don't worry about the next 2. We'll get to those. Okay. But the last one is, if you don't use it, you got to lose it. We don't leave things in a room for later because anything that's outside of your vision cannot be considered clean. So if you put towels and washcloths in a patient's room for later and you leave them and the wife comes in, spills coffee, she's going to look around, see the washcloth and clean up the coffee. But there's no hamper in the room to put that washcloth in. So she'll fold it up, put it right back on the stack. And now you are cleaning her husband with floor germs. She probably has a life insurance policy on him, Okay, good. Anything outside of your view cannot be considered clean. We'll cover the rest of those in a future lesson. So are you good with all those? Okay, again, we're going to cover them again later. I know I went fast, but don't worry too much about that. So we now know everything we need to know. All of these principles we've covered. We know to follow the care plan. We know to do our opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves. We know to follow barrier rules, privacy blanket, and linen rules. And we know to do our closing. So now let's look at skill-specific steps. Back here. Oops. Hold on. I got to find the right one here. Okay. So we're going to ask them what they want to wear. Everybody has the right to choose their own clothing. I'm going to keep you like 3 minutes over, guys. Just bear with me. Okay. I know. So we're going to ask them, what do you want to wear today? Now, our care plan says long sleeve button or snap front shirt. So we know we have to have that, but we're still going to ask them, what do you want to wear? You need a long sleeve shirt, but what do you want to wear? Always give the patient the option to choose their own clothing. Sometimes, though, your patient chooses things that do not match. They do not match, and you are judged by the way your patient looks. So if your patient's describing something that doesn't go and you know you're being judged by the way they look, you are allowed to suggest an alternative. If the patient wants their purple plaid pants and their yellow flowered shirt, you can say, hey, your white shirt would go really nice with that. Would you like to try that? Perfectly okay. If they say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt, no problem. Let me get that for you. We're going to honor their wishes. Maybe it's bingo day. Maybe that's their lucky outfit. Who knows? They might win $2.10. We don't know. Right? All right. You're going to minimize exposure. The way we do this is we're going to use a privacy blanket, a privacy curtain, and we're also going to wait to undress them until we have their clothing ready. Yep, so they're not laying there naked.
Do we have to lay their clothes on a chucks?
Yes. This is going to require a barrier. Yes. When we lift any body part, any extremity, we always support it from below. So I'm not the claw machine at Walmart. I'm not going to do this. Okay. I'm not going to lift anything like this. Any body part that we lift from below, supporting at the joints. You'll hear these things again. This is not the last time you're going to hear all of this. I use a lot of repetition, guys.
Good.
USA first. We already talked about this. The strong arm should do all the work. So we'll undress the strong arm first. That way the garment just falls right off that weak arm. And then we'll dress the weak arm first to make the strong arm do all the work. Clothes should be slid up the weak arm carefully. It's weak for a reason. Protect it. Try to minimize exposure, guys. I know we're dressing the patient, but even though we're dressing them, try to, preserve some dignity. Use the blanket over their chest while you're dressing them. Dignity counts here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Your care is based on how your patient looks, so adjust that clothing. Make sure that everything is snapped appropriately or buttoned right. Make sure the pants are over the butt, at the waist. Make sure the toe seams line up. Make sure they look good. You want your patient to look good. And then give them their call light in the stronger hand. Now, at the end of the skill, they're dressed. They have pants, socks, shirt on. They're dressed. So they do not need the sheet. Remember, no knobby knees. Well, their pants are covering their knees. I'm not seeing their knees. I don't need a sheet, but you can ask them, do you want a sheet on? Usually, if we're getting somebody dressed, we're getting somebody up. But for the test, it's fine. They don't need a sheet. They're dressed. Okay, good. We're going to, oops. Okay. No. I got to find it. Okay. So remember that this is our care plan. Dress the resident in a long sleeve button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. Resident is lying in bed, has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. That's your care plan. We're going to use all of those principles to accomplish this. Now, remember that this care plan is only for this patient. It's not for this one. It's not for this one. Your care plan for these two might say something completely different, and that's okay. Care is based on their specific needs. This care plan for this patient. Principles, however, are universal. Good? Questions? Okay. I'm going to send you the link in the wrap-up email. We'll send you the link for the video for this. Watch the video at home. And I'm going to keep you here for the video. Watch the video at home for this before you come back to class on Monday. But we will review all of this in class on Monday as well. You do have homework. Dreaded homework. Your homework is to read, chapters 2 and 3 in your yellow book. You're going to take the tests on page 182 and 183 in the white book and grade them. And I'll collect your scores on Monday when you come back to class. Monday, we will be learning blood pressure.
I'm sorry, what are we gonna read in the yellow book?
Chapters 2 and 3. It'll be in your wrap-up email too.
Okay.
Chapters 2 and 3 in the yellow book. And take the tests on page 182 and 183 in the white book and grade them.
How important is it for you to dress your patient well? Like, I'm really bad at coordinating colors and such. I don't do this good.
Yeah, for the test, there's only going to be 2 outfits, and the evaluator is going to suggest one of them.
All right.
Just pick what they tell you to.
There will definitely be residents that want to wear their shorts backwards.
Yep.
There will be.
Yep.
They don't care.
Those of you that joined us live, thank you for hanging out with us and sticking in to the very end. We appreciate it. We will see you in class on Monday for class 3. We will have blood pressure at that time, along with a few other skills and a comprehensive review up to this point. We also have a game show coming up on Tuesday. Hope to see you there on our YouTube channel at 11 a.m. Eastern. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.